Is that thing working? Yes, everybody can hear me? Oh, all right. So let's do this. It's my first time, so I'm a little bit. There we go. We're gonna go. So in general, yes, we're Zoiper. I'm here with my colleagues Mira, Sveti, and Jöran. And it's our first time at OpenSIPS, as we said earlier. FYI, I had no idea that we're 2 meters below sea level. It's a little bit weird, but everything's fine. And this presentation is a little bit crazy. It's 80s style. So our team, we had a little bit of travel coming to Amsterdam with our MBA and everything. So I just want to say thanks to everybody that organized the entire event. The organization has been amazing. I want to thank Alex, Celeste, and Bogos for everything. And I hope that this doesn't go too bad. Zoiper has been on the market for the past 13, 14 years and in business making cell phones, as you might have heard. Does anybody have heard of Zoiper, ever used it? All right, cool. Just last year, we actually got a new office. It's about 1,500 square meters. It's basically an entire building. We have a very nice garden, and we did some really cool renovations with lots of open space, and we really like our free time and doing some barbecues outside when we can. The team, we're about 50 people that work in Zoiper. About 80-85%, I would say, of them are hardcore developers. We are from about 6 or 7 different nationalities, speaking about a dozen languages. So it's a very cool and awesome new working environment. We also get some pets at the office. We have a squirrel all around our yard. First we thought it's only one, but then we found out there's a lot of them. Zoe actually tried to feed them with bird seeds, but something went wrong, and I guess the rats found a bag. So that was a surprise. This is Lucio, our office cat. So in 2003, that's how Zoiper looked like. Long time ago. It's a SIP and AX cell phone, as you know. But then again, we're going not to Mars. This is actually what we're building right now. It's the latest version. It's called Zoiper 5. And the OEM, as you can see, back in the day was something really, really bad compared to what we're trying to do today, with a lot of new customizations, entire overhaul of the UI and the UX and so forth. This is what Zoiper 5 looks today. We have brand new compact mode that you can see on the left side. We have avatars for our contacts, chat messages, video for the first time that's working on Linux and macOS, which is pretty cool. Then for the Zoiper 5 itself, I think every one of you should have gotten a flyer in your bags for the event. So you can either email us at givemyzoiper@zoiper.com to get a free Zoiper 5 biz license, or just mention us at the hashtag givemyzoiper. And yeah, in social media. So either Twitter or Facebook. This is our Zoiper. So far, we call it 2.0 for Android. It's written entirely new. We're trying to, we're working really hard to kind of like have a really much better end user experience. So we have a navigation drawer, a bunch of features that are included in the present version, Zoiper 1.0. that's available from Google Play and iOS App Store that you can download for free actually and try it out. All the old features are going to be presented in the new version, as well as some really cool new ones. Excuse me. And also this Zoiper 2.0 is an open beta, so you can just subscribe to it and give it a go. Try it out. If some of you want to test out, for example, automated provisioning through a QR code, that's absolutely free. You can just go to oem.zoiper.com and register for free, set up your server settings, and then just give it a go and scan a QR code and see how it works. We're trying to implement some themes in the new version because we think that everybody likes some color from time to time. Not only that, the video calls are much more improved. The entire interface is much more snappy in general. There's also absolutely customizable palette of colors that you can do, not only predefined themes that are in the product itself. Then we also do SDKs. So we're providing SDKs for all major platforms, not only for desktop but for mobile as well. So we support Windows, Linux, macOS, Android, iOS, and Windows Phone. So if you need an SDK from us, then you're going to get it Zoiper style. Basically, you're going to get the SDK, and I guess you're the guy that's in the hole and trying to make your own application. Our support is great. We're going to support you as shown on the picture on the right. And now it's time for a little bit of live demo of the application itself. Let's see if this is going to work. Okay. So this is how the interface looks like. Right now, this is kind of like a main screen. Once you click on contact, you get the kind of like full view. All major settings, and our UI has been overhauled. If some of you have used Zoiper 3, for example, you're going to notice that it's completely different. All the advanced account settings that we had from before are still present, so you shouldn't be worried about that. If you're an advanced user, you have absolutely everything, and all the advanced settings and features that are present here. A bunch of different wideband audio codecs, as well as full HD video, full encryption, TLS, ZRTP, and ZRTP present as well, as long as your server configuration supports that. Getting back to it, we have also a lot of like context integration. When it comes to native context integration, for example, we have the Mac address book direct context integration. As you could see earlier, there's just a bunch of added context right now with some avatars for the demo purposes. But if we go here and we just enable, you can see basically all my contacts that I have. Through services, Google contacts are present as well. We also support LDAP, Outlook on Windows. We just wanted to really showcase the macOS version because we're proud of that. And let's hope that this works. Yeah, actually it does. As you can see, these are Google contacts that I just fakely created very late last night, by the way. I know that most of you guys had a good time. I went to bed kind of late. All other major features are here. Audio settings, video settings. When it comes to the UI, we're going to be working on a business skin that's going to be a little bit different than a compact view. The compact view actually basically stays only like that. So in the case of a business environment, we're working with a lot of call centers and A lot of people really value the compact size of their cell phones. They don't want to take too much of the screen estate. I think mainly the end user experience is really important when it comes to cell phones. I personally like my cell phone to look like that, to be honest. We tried to showcase the new interface of Zoiper 2.0 for Android. Unfortunately, my application that I tried to use didn't work out, so so I'm just gonna do a quick call here. There's no audio in case of not that it doesn't work. We just didn't plug it in because there's gonna be a lot of static noise and things like that. So. Everything's working absolutely fine. Right now we're in a call. Compact mode calls all your options to the right hand side. And then we can also do a quick video call as long as I remove my little sticker here. Video quality wouldn't be that great since we just got the invite and we decided that we're coming to the conference late last week. And in an effort for me to, I didn't even know that I'm going to be presenting, to be honest. I found out super late. So in an effort to clean my lens camera on my laptop, I suddenly cracked it. So everything's going to be a bit mushy. But, well, that's just life, I guess. So after you pick up, you do a video call, and I'll just get to the side here. And this is actually, oh yeah, okay, there's some sound is working. I'm joking. So this is the first time for us that we are enabling video calls through SIP on Mac and Linux. So we're very proud of that. Let's see, unfortunately I can't show you the customizations on Zoiper 2.0, but when it comes to languages, so far we have not implemented all of them, although all support for all existing translations that exist on Zoiper 3 are going to be present in Zoiper 5 as well. So that should go just fine. Call forwarding, auto answering, call recording, all these features, call transfer, call conference, still exist, they're present as a product. Then automated provisioning as well. Super easy if you're going to be deploying about 200, 300, 500 in the thousands. Doesn't matter if these for your employees. Some advanced TLS options if that we needed. Creating an account is super easy. We are actually reworking the account leader, so for the end user there's going to be a totally different view of how a Zoiper should work. Basically, if you're not an advanced user and if you don't want to do it the advanced way of setting up an account, every single user is going to be able to do a simple setup. Basically, there's going to be a wizard for audio, video, the account itself. We're going to be trying to simplify the process as much as possible. Right now, we can show you the regular wizard that we've been using so far. This is even better. Okay, Mir's giving me some hints. So let's see if I'm going to be able to create a quick account here for you guys, just to make sure, just to showcase you that it actually works. Automated protocol detection. We're going to be present in Zoiper 2.0 for Android as well, along here. So the account is already created, and you can select the default account that's going to be calling that you're going to be using for default roles. There's chat and presence and so forth. All right. Let's see what else can I showcase here. Run and drop. On call. Okay, I'm getting. And basically, that's it for my part of the presentation. I guess it went pretty bad. Sorry about that. My first time. You can, if you're really interested, if you want to get the Zoiper 5 beta, you can just go to zoiper.com/labs, download it, test it out, try it out, see how it works. In your free licenses, freebies licenses that you're getting with the flyers that are in your bags, just mention us on social media. We have also some free shirts, free Zoiper shirts. So that'd be cool. For the Zoiper beta for Android, as I said before, you can subscribe if you get Zoiper 1.0. There's actually a pop-up that you're going to see for the latest update that's going to say that if you want to, you can subscribe for the beta channel on Google Play and test it out. Well, we're very close to release on both applications. Actually, the Android is super close, same as Zoiper 5. The rest will follow. But as everyone here knows, cell phone development takes time and effort. We're trying our best to make a lot of small optimizations and just to make the user experience as best as we can. All right. Thank you guys all for listening to me stumble here and have a really awesome conference.
Do you have any questions?
Yes. Yes. There's a question. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you speak a little bit about the native code, the SIP libraries that you are using, SIP stack, or for the media also?
I think Joachim can definitely answer that question. Some of the more hardcore technical stuff.
Yes, so the SIP library used in the project is Reciprocate. It is the same library on all the operating systems, so it will take some time to port it. In regards to the audio handling, there is some parts from WebRTC, but there is this self-written. It does use port audio everywhere as well. So we actually got port audio working on all the operating systems. And we used to have our own media stack, now it's our own media stack mixed with some things from WebRTC, so we combine the best of both worlds. There's some other libraries as well. There's OpenSSL used, there's JRTP is used for the RTP library. What else? There's the VPX project, the Opus project, and probably half a dozen of other projects that are involved with it.
Thank you. Do you have any plans to support push notifications?
Are you referring to the mobile versions?
The mobile versions, yes.
We do. They're in the works. That's all I can say.
Are they likely to be coordinated with the demonstration that the OpenSIPS team is organizing for push notifications?
So I'll take that one as well. Okay. There's some things that are in the works that management just don't share with me, and actually this presentation looks like that because they don't pay me enough.
So we actually have push support on all the different operating systems, all the mobile operating systems at least. Now there are some difficulties with push. If we have a white label customer, those people use push already. But the non-white label customers are a bit limited because the push ID is linked with a certificate that is linked to the application. So the push, for example, on iOS, you can only have one connection to push server. So it is not possible for us to have a push where we are not involved with the man in the middle of some sort. This man in the middle, the easy solution there is for us to register instead of the user, which means it doesn't work with private Asterisk installations, private research installations. If it's for an ITSP, it would probably work, but that would require us to steal the username and password and record them on our servers. Now we have a few million users, and we don't feel too comfortable storing credentials for a few million users on a publicly accessible server on the internet somewhere. Sooner or later we will get hacked, and that would probably be the end of the project and the company. So yeah, we're looking, we think we have found some creative ways around the issue. Probably more news will follow, but it will probably take a couple more months. But there are some other difficulties as well. Like if the moment we enable push, even if we would do a man in the middle thing, on iOS, the moment we use the call kit, it requires push, but it will stop TCP connections from working, so it will no longer work with a local server, which is an issue for a lot of our users. So it's a bit of a trade-off. Well, who do we help, who don't we help at the moment?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Another round of applause, please.
Thank you, everybody.
Up next, we have Lorenzo from QXIP, also one of the sponsors of this year's summit. And his assistant, Open.
You guys hear me? Well, good morning, everybody. Right, so Lorenzo here from QXIP or QXIP, depending how you decide to like it better. We're basically an R&D based here in Amsterdam. We're behind SIPCAPTURE, the Homer project, and a bunch of other things that are more, newer category. But in terms of community, that's what hopefully you would know us for. And we are the self-proclaimed, of course, Robin Hoods of VoIP and RTC monitors. We like to mess with the scope of capturing and monitoring. So today we're talking about HEPIC. So this is more of a, let's say, teaser / introduction, which should be useful to anybody interested in the project in order to understand what's coming in the next few months in this year. So a little bit of background. Alexandr and I, sitting down there, started the project that we spent most of our last years of youth working on it. SIPCAPTURE has been so far, let's say, the brand of our operation. You see it's slashed because slowly but surely we're going to phase it out.
Lorenzo,
because
can you check the mute on your microphone? On the bass.
give me a second.
dead?
Yeah. Well, hopefully you keep hearing me while we swap it. I think I killed. So, SIPCAPTURE is soon going to be no more, simply because we're not SIP-centric any longer. We used to be at the beginning. All right, let's do that. We used to be, of course, completely SIP-centric with Homer, at least in its early days. But that's no longer the case, mostly because it doesn't fit the view. And we also, I think, reached. All right, this is fun. All right. Yeah. Perfect. All right. So sorry about that. Let's say with abandoning, of course, the SIP-centric approach of our application, we also achieved the end of life of the existing design, which was, of course, built upon that. So we couldn't, just completely change the project and keep it in the same way. So HEPIC has technology stack. So this is our way, to basically take the technologies behind Homer, which will remain as such into the future. So Homer remains fully open source, but the technologies and the techniques that we'll use behind the scenes will be inherited from the HEPIC stack. Also, in order to keep it alive, of course, we have to sponsor the project. So this is the way we found it. So we took basically a few features that none of our users except the very large networks need, and we started offering them for licensing. This provides basically an endless, hopefully, feed for Homer to remain exactly what it is. So we're not gonna touch it in any way. It remain exactly what it was always intended to be, and we bring a new breed of technology in it, which slowly but surely will spread across all the platforms. OpenSIPS, of course, we're here. Is the first platform to start taking advantage of this new design. So right after me, there's a presentation from Ionut, who will get into more detail in terms of what this means inside of OpenSIPS. But basically, we grow new protocols, new functionality. Before we do that, just a quick recap of our stack. So when we started with Homer and the first capt agent, everything was SIP-centric. OpenSIPS, Chameleon, Freeze, which were the first platforms to feature an integrated HEP capture agent. And if you see on the left, HEP is really what links everything together. We later had Asterisk with the RTC support, with the help of the guys from Voicenter, who've been very focal into achieving that big step. And then we added RTP agent to feature the platform with RTP analytics and recording features. Then we came into HEPIC, which was basically the entry level of adding logs or let's say objects into our system. So attaching something that's not a SIP session to a SIP session so that it could be correlated. Of course, that wasn't enough, so we started plugging in freeze switch events with Federico and Giacomo from our team. And then it came time for Janus and the OpenSIPS events. And at this point we started Pastash, which is a more generic ingester for our system. It shares with Logstash the configuration style and the approach in terms of capturing and processing. So with inputs, processors, and outputs, which can be multiple. So it gives us that flexibility to generate HEP out of just about anything, or piping it through various MQ systems and so on and so forth. So this is where we reached basically the limitations of our previous design. So let's take a look at the, let's say, current Homer setup. So it typically based either on Chameleon or OpenSIPS, where in OpenSIPS you have some advanced features, such as HEP switching. So you can actually move HEP packets around just like you would with any other system, entering, let's say, the routing of the platform. We have on-demand tracking, meaning that if you ever use Homer, you know that you basically get results which are signaling messages. When you pick one, we basically do the reverse engineering of the session, so we find all the other messages, we find any other session that's related to that one, and so on and so forth. So it's an on-demand correlation. In OpenSIPS, enhanced by additional events, but we'll see more about this. The same for statistics and alarms. So basically everything has to be sort of programmed, and searches have to be triggered. On the other side of the ring, of course, we have the app agents. So some, as you know, are already native in platforms. So in OpenSIPS and all the others, you can just, with a couple of configuration steps, just enable HEP nearing. HEP, for those that don't know, is the encapsulation protocol that transfers whatever we're sending to Homer in its original status, so that can be kept as a real copy. We have a bunch of agents, so in this table, I'll just try to recap how they share their features. So RTP agents is the only one currently that can do RTP analytics and recording. Then we have ISUP, which is implemented for a good part in CAPT agent, with a lot of work from Holger, also here. Then of course we have SIP, which goes all across the stack, so all of them supported. We have WebRTC and WebRTC statistics, which are handled by HEPIC, Pastash, and in the latest versions also the agents. We have RTCP and RTCP XR, which similarly are handled by the agents and the generic processors for HEPIC and Pastash. And then we have logs, which are for now a specific realm of those two. So you can take just any log, anything that you can basically give a correlation idea of some kind, and just throw it at the platform, and it will be part of the results. So when you put them together, this is basically how they stack. So all of those agents can feed traffic into either of the Homer forms. And that's just about it. So it's, as you can see, there's a big gap. The limitations, or let's say what we took as a starting point to take this to the next level, is for a very large portion driven by the will to add additional protocols. So we want to show more than SIP. We want you to be able to implement your own protocol. So if you're writing, yesterday we had a lot of presentations with RTC. Basically, now you have a chance to come up with your own signal. And what if you do? How are you going to monitor it? So this is a little bit, a reaction to that potential. So we want you or the developer to be able to also define what their protocol is, be it standard or completely custom in our platform, and be correlated with the rest. So that's a big motive behind it. A lot of these protocols are non-IP, so it could be just messages that don't really have a network correlation themselves. We want to get away from this on-demand approach, so we wanted things to be happening inside of the system and be actionable. So you can set triggers, have the platform work for you without necessarily being involved. And to do this, of course, we needed real-time tracking of sessions, dialogues, and transactions. We also wanted to change the way the scripting is done. So today it's quite static, it gets better and better, but still, in the main script of the platform, you have to define certain aspects which you can of course easily change or change in real time. And the database front. So we're up to this point, it was RDBMS based, and there was very few things in terms of clustering. So what's next, right? HEPIC is next. And with HEPIC, we try to change exactly the limitations and the perspective of our platform. So we can zoom in a little bit. It's next to OpenSIPS because, as we said, OpenSIPS is already able to take advantage of the features of the new stack. So just looking at it, you can see on the side appearing Cassandra and ClickHouse. So we now can base the platform on a distributed database, let's say. And you can see other HEPICs there, so this makes it very easy to cluster and distribute this kind of capture approach. So you can have as many nodes fitting basically in the same data ring. And it makes it so much simpler when you're dealing with a completely dynamic architecture. So you don't have to define statically the capture server routes. You can just have many feeding data basically in the same place. ClickHouse, topic on its own. Let's see if at the end we have a little more time. But mostly at the bottom, it's real time everywhere. So we have real-time session tracking, meaning that any new session or event that comes into the platform is tracked, and we know, let's say, how it does or it should evolve. So for a SIP session, you basically know the status of it in real time, and this is reflected in many places, mostly through the API. We have real-time scripted correlation. So as if you already know or use Homer, you know that the correlation between sessions is quite static if you have predictable changes in call ID, or you have to inject something to tell Homer how to put things together. With the HEPIC technology, this changes slightly and it becomes more programmable. So you literally have a script where you can score different factors of a session. So you can start by simply looking at the call IDs, and then grow and go all the way down to the SDP details in order to pair sessions that might apparently have nothing in common on the signaling front. Statistics, quality statistics, everything becomes real-time and actionable. And what we did to further extend the value of the platform is we created ways to export selected data. So let's say what we've been discussing so far has a lot to do with the engineering aspect of troubleshooting your network, your sessions, or issues that your customers have. But as we do this, or as the platform processing everything, we were generating a bunch of metrics that were just wasted sitting there. So we came up with ways to export, first give them a sense. So we have an internal aggregation and grouping mechanism, which is quite complex and again programmable, that allows the system to determine what's being used in terms of your equipment, and even identifying your customers from either networking or signaling unique characteristics. And we put it all together and export it. So basically the platform can become also a data or big data producer, and it can start sending metrics to the platform that you're using for monitoring array. So it wants to mix with your general environment and double the value to do more. On the other side of the application, of course, there's the user interface. So what we did here is we try to unify or keep the technology as much as we could in line so that it could power both Homer and other advanced features, which are going to be mostly existing in integrations and advanced mashups that we're going to do with the operators that are going to be using it. So less is more was the key. So in Homer, in the past we tried to overdo it by adding too many options that actually nobody wanted to use, and maybe sacrificing simplicity. So here we try to undo that. So we simplified the way data can be represented to the platform. So we moved to a basically entirely D3 based set of options. Of course, are as extendable as D3. So anything can be used, but without having to rely on 10 different libraries. We also created simpler dashboard widgets, which are just dedicated to metrics. Everything again is real time, so those numbers would just be changing in front of anybody. So this is more designed to create, let's say, NOC dashboards and environments where people that need to look at the data can enjoy it. But as we said, we no longer need to do this because the platform can now emit and be programmed to be reactive. So actually, it can tell you when there's a spike, an alarm, or something like that. But more is more. So we also have additional protocols. So we are experimenting right now with new ways to create basically different search layers. So we have, of course, still for all of the protocols that we support, QXIP, of course, is a king example. The ability to search by any of the existing protocol header plus any standard one that you might have. So if you have custom headers and so on, you can create and/or searches with all of those parameters in time range. But if we look at the new protocols, and this is a lot to do with also the next presentation, Ilya, could you refresh the screen? I lost some time. If you can see on the right, we have text. We have a bunch of new protocols. So this is what's supported in OpenSIPS. So you can see we can select the protocol type. We have SIP, REST, NET, MI, and XLOG. So all of those are being sent to our stack by OpenSIPS, and they already come with correlation feeds, which of course the platform is injecting as they get emitted, and we can search for them. So protocol-specific search, as I said, to SIP, ISUP, the RTC integrations that we have, and then the HEPIC generic. When we just look at what's coming into the platform, this is something that didn't exist in the previous generation of our platform at all. So you can see down there an example where we make a search and we actually return more than SIP. So here we're seeing the XLOGs produced by the system and some SIP messages returned in the same range. They are of course related, so if we go and inspect this specific session, we see that they appear. So this is neither a SIPS or an XLOG session, it's a HEP, basically lookup when we, let's say it's the first layer of the onion, when we're still trying to figure out what's interesting to look into. Once we select it, the system does all of the correlation for us. So in this case, we see a call flow where we have two different protocols. So we have a SIP session on one side, and we have an XLOG set generated on the other. And of course, you can inspect it and see exactly what the system was doing on the inside as a response to a message being received and before its response being returned. So basically, we have a look inside of the platform in terms of what it's doing and automatically correlated. Time and place are still the most critical element when using any of our products, and I thought it would be nice to mention why. So inside of our platform, of course, we expect packets coming from anywhere from a time zone perspective and be used by anyone from a time zone perspective as well. So we can have packets being captured in the US but being troubleshooted by an engineer in Europe, or vice versa, or both. So built into the platform, we basically have normalization and localization. So everything that comes to the platform actually gets converted to a UTC time zone, so that we can unify all of the data and have it on the same level. At the query level, so from either the API or the UI, we recreate the time zone factor and we send it as part of the search query. So we tell the query how to basically change the time of the results to match the time zone of the engineer that's actually trying to look at them. This is for the most automatic, so the user just has to tell the system its time zone or tell it to trust the time zone of their browser, which is not always a good idea. And we also introduced the concept of now. So if you have used Homer in the past, you know that searches get stuck. So if you look for the last 10 minutes, we actually set the time to those last 10 minutes. So from 10 to 10:10, and that remains the same. So when you reload the page, we're still stuck to those 10 minutes you selected. In this new platform, we finally bring the concept of now. So every time you do one of those relative time selections, the system actually updates. So if you select last 10 minutes, those are always the last 10 minutes every time you reload it. And it makes it a little more natural to use the platform, especially when you go in auto refresh. So you can log into a specific customer IP and just look as they send messages as their sessions evolve. This makes it a whole lot easier. We also do a little more accurate internal tagging of the IPs that we, of course, the platform sees sending and receiving traffic to, as well as the E164 destination. So we try to guess where the call was being sent from geographic terms, and of course, we turn it into statistics. We have new inspectors, which are protocol-based. So again, here we're looking at mostly SIP because it's going to make sense with everything. But what we added into the platform is a little bit of a, let's call it SIP Docker. So we have advanced users that need nothing, just look for the data, look at the signaling, and that's all they need. But we also have tier 1 people accessing the platform. So this is our way to help them, get better as they work. So we have a bunch of built-in detections that, of course, can be extended by the operator themselves or by the community, where we recognize certain conditions. So starting from, of course, the quality pointers, so we're getting now RTP media statistics and so on, so we can immediately point, the quality of the sessions. But we also have little helpers inside that look, for instance, at discrepancies between, let's say, port codec allocations or one-way audio and stuff like that, and they just bring it up to attention. This called potentially as one-way audio, so that the tier 1 engineer can make sense of what they're looking at, or at least they know what the platform is suggesting it would be. We have, as you've seen before, a very powerful multi-protocol call flow as part of the inspector. So any protocol can now be represented in terms of how it behaves from a network perspective. When we have non-network protocols, you would see them basically go between the hosts or to themselves when they talk to themselves in terms of sending logs. But everything now can be represented and made sense of and inspected, so this is very useful. We have much more advanced media reports as built up as part of the HEPIC inspector, so this is also going to be in armored for a good part when a compatible agent is present. So here we basically mix and overlay all of the statistics that we get, the RTP, RTCP, RTCPXR, or user agent generated reports. The idea is to create an overlay where the engineer can quickly determine the directionality of a problem, or where things went wrong. So it's also time-based, so you can see it evolving over time. And there's a bunch more things that I'm not going to have time to show you today, but hopefully tomorrow during the demos we'll have a chance to fire it up and just show some live usage. We also have some work done on the fraud blacklisting part, which Alexandr is also going to present at the end of the morning. And I just want to show you that it's now also directly integrated. So as you get sessions into the system, you can create external lookups to just about anything you want. So this is one made just to check if the IP involved with a bad session on our network was already blacklisted by anybody elsewhere, or on our blacklist, of course. So we can see here for an attacker that's scanning our network that other guys already caught it, and probably we should have too. So let's say an invite for people that have consistent problems with this kind of stuff to tune into distributed ways to solve it. So as we said, we do a lot more with what's inside the platform. So here I'm going to show you just a little bit of what we export. So previous part, and similar to what you already know, is let's say the troubleshooting engineering session. But now that we have real-time tracking as an opportunity, we can also create so-called TDR. So the transactions that go through our system, now we can make sense of and we can export them for being used with anything else. So here you see a few examples of them being used in QXIP. So in the Elasticsearch realm, just know this is not mandatory, it could be anything. So this is JSON objects that we can send just anywhere. So what we do is we try to create this one object which describes a specific session as seen from our side. We have a lot of things in there, of course, those that are related to the network are surprising. What we do here is we also recycle, of course, all of the media analytics, so we know the quality of this session and we can break it down as part of the TDR. We can also estimate the cost of this session if it was a real call by applying pseudo rating to the traffic, basically. And this is something very cool because we can use it for a multitude of purposes. So one would be, to have a cross-check between, let's say, a CDR or rating platform and what's actually going on the network. You might have calls that are supposedly terminated by the system, but they are still ongoing. And in this case, you have an opportunity for a second eye to see things from strictly the network perspective. This applies to everything. So here we have an example for BHCA report, which is MOS aware. So at the bottom you just see the amount of traffic hitting this network. At the top you see how the MOS or the quality of those calls evolved over time. So we have the green line is the current, the red one is the same time yesterday, and the yellow one is the same day last week. This is just an example to show you how you can overlay this data to make sense of what your network is doing as a side effect of monitoring for troubleshooting purposes. So this is all double value, and of course you can attach alarms and actions to these too. So let's say if your average MOS falls below a certain threshold, you might want to be warned directly by the system and maybe even know who's involved, which is something that we can do because we have a concept also of grouping. And is it gone again? Yeah. All right. Well, I eat batteries for breakfast. All right. Thanks. So we have a very powerful concept of grouping and tagging inside of the platform. So that, imagine, we're capturing passively, so we don't really know the active status of a system, so we have to guess it. But when we guess it, we also can guess what it belongs to. So you can create groups to define, let's say, your equipment, your SBCs, your peers, maybe your large customers. And on a different layer, we can tag something from the signal to identify the user or maybe the user. So at the same time, you basically get the opportunity to do cross-filtering. So you can filter the statistics that we send out by IPs and get out the users that were involved with that traffic, or do the opposite, select a group of IPs and see what equipment they've used during overtime or during a specific event. Imagine in the case of an outage, you could select the impacted elements and basically have a view over what customers on your network were actually impacted. With observer rating, we also get fraud detection or fraud hunting. So this is a quick example, courtesy of Voicenter, who's already being testing test the system in real time. So what we see here is a breakdown of, I think it's a 12-hour span of traffic, as seen from the perspective of the destination and its cost. So this is the same data that we capture to do the technical troubleshooting, double valued to make sense from another perspective. So here we give it basically the observer rating, and you can see the elephant in the room. There is a huge arrow object appearing at some point, which is representing basically a cost that was not distributed over time. So somebody there used something, and if you go look in, we see that it was called to the Congo Democratic Republic, and they stacked up a good amount of money. So in this case, you have basically a quick way to take a look at your network, see anomalies or anything like that, and actually know what they're related to. So if I go and select that object, of course, it will bring me back to the users that generated it, and with them I could go back to the IPs behind them, and so on and so forth. So you can basically travel up and down this stack, and so much more. So this is just to give you an idea of where we're going. So we're going to turn the platform and double it from being just a troubleshooting platform into a full data producer that you can just use to basically add an API on top of anything that generates traffic. Still very much in the voice and telco realm, but kind of abstracted so that it can accept and be extended very easily. And key concepts, not going to have a lot of time to go through them, but being an engineering tool, being a vendor agnostic big data producer, having a value in real time alerting and monitoring, providing an open correlation method that anybody can use to exactly create a new event and make sure it makes sense within this environment, being bleeding edge, so we want to be always able to support the latest protocols the day after they come out, and also an eye on long-term data and metadata retention over time. So that's it for today. Thank you very much for listening. If you're interested, please get in touch with us, come talk to me, send us an email.
Well, that was damn interesting, especially that elephant.
I don't know if there's any questions, but I'll be here, so no need to take time.
Stop, don't go. Do we have any questions? Two.
I was hoping to give you all.
Have you thought about going through the process of having HEP made into a RTC accepted protocol?
Yes, we actually did a lot of the legwork there, so we have a model for the draft, let's call it, ready, which defines HEP, what it does. It's missing maybe the very last few things that we're talking about, but yeah, we basically just need a sponsor to make it into a proper submission. So if anybody's interested in that, we sure are willing to do our part. We're just not at that level to make a proper submission. So somebody who can help us with the detail.
Hi, you mentioned it's possible to send Xlog entries into HEPIC. How is that achieved?
Now, Jöran is going to explain all about it. So the next presentation is basically zooming into what OpenSIPS can do on that side.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks again, Lorenzo. That was awesome. Now we have John from the OpenSIPS Project. He's going to actually kind of dig down into this and show you a little bit more from the underside.
Giovanni, here.
Hello everyone. I'm an OpenSIPS developer for over 3 years now. Do you hear me in the back? Okay. Yeah, I'm worked the past year and this year to the whole SIPCAPTURE environment in OpenSIPS. in this presentation I'm gonna talk how in OpenSIPS 2.3 you will be able to capture much more things than SIP, such as Xlogs, MI, REST queries, and much more. I'm gonna talk more about in this presentation. What I would like to start with is why would people need tracing? Well, you need tracing to you save all your SIP packets into a database, and you see all the data later when probably a problem will appear into your product. So you will need all the SIP packets and much more to have a good idea about what happened. Why use OpenSIPS along with Homer and not Wireshark? That's because in OpenSIPS you can have a much better view over the whole SIP session, and you can correlate data like Xlogs and REST queries to the SIP session. In Wireshark you have a simple plain view, and you can't really see the SIP flow and detect easily what happened into a SIP flow that didn't work as expected. First of all, I would like to say how we approached the problem. Well, we started in OpenSIPS 2.2, making a very powerful proto-HEP module that handles all HEP traffic. It also encapsulates and decapsulates Homer packet. And using the new Homer, the new proto-HEP module, we used SIPCAPTURE to transform it into a module that handles mostly HEP traffic. It can relay HEP traffic to other destinations, and it has a special route in which it handles only HEP, so OpenSIPS is not SIP-centric as regards HEP anymore. It can process any type of HEP message. In the current version in 2.3, we switched our focus to SIPTrace. We implemented there an API which does a very good job in capturing SIP, and we extended the API to be used in other modules, such as the modules implementing the MI commands, the network modules such as Proto-TCP, Proto-TLS, Proto-WebSocket, the Xlogs, and the REST queries. To give a little more details about what we did in version 2.2, first of all, there was a new module, Proto-HEP, that was both HEP server and client, was capturing HEP packets and was able to send them. To transform the Proto-HEP module into a server, you have to define a HEP listener. You can see HEP TCP, the module uses both protocol. In order to be a client, you have to define a HEP destination to which all the HEP traffic will be sent. The changes in SIPCAPTURE module added in 2.2 was the ability to process captured HEP messages. The HEP route in which we processed not only SIP, we processed all types of HEP messages, and the ones that were not SIP, we had a new function, report capture, that saves all this new data. You can also, in the HEP route, access the HEP message using two functions, one a setter and a getter, and you can modify any chunk you want, and then either save the packet into the database or forward it. Our approach has some limitations because everything was SIP-centric. We could capture only SIP, so we found the need to have things such as Xlogs and MI queries, because you can have a much better view over what's going on if you have these events. Also, you have the network capturing, that you have TLS or WebSocket events, and you can see what is going wrong there if a client can connect to you or you can connect to a client. In the past versions, didn't have traced MI commands, so we have the case when somebody said some MI command wasn't given, and you had no possibility to check that or not. Our goals in the current version was adding the new SIP trace API in all the modules where we thought it would be needed. So we traced Can you hear me? Okay. So we traced the X-logs, the MI, sorry for that, the MI events, and the network events, but we had one problem that the data needed to be correlated. It is not enough to only trace a lot of data unless you can easily go from one event to the other to make a correlation between multiple types of protocols. Now I'm going to go into detail about what we did in 2.3. We split the events in 3 big categories. The ones that take part in the SIP context, that you can think about them like the ones that are related to the OpenSIPS script, such as xlogs or such as the REST queries, which you do from the script. And they happen into a SIP context. A SIP context can be either a message, a transaction, or a dialogue, as it is seen by OpenSIPS. On one level below, you have the network level, which can contain more SIP sessions. And in order to trace that, we implemented the API in all the protocol that used TCP except the proto-HEP module. What is more are the DMI commands, which are totally unrelated to SIP. They can be related to a SIP event in any way, so we had to treat them differently. This is how data is correlated in OpenSIPS. 2.3, you can see SIP calls. There are multiple SIP calls are related to one TLS connection. That is a network connection that can have multiple SIP calls on it. And you can see how the REST queries and the logs are correlated to the SIP call, because they can only happen into a SIP context. On the bottom you can see the MI commands, which are totally unrelated, so we have to treat them differently. We created a few concepts in order to correlate data. We have the external correlation, which means correlating different protocols between them, such as correlating SIP to Xlog or SIP to REST, and the internal correlation, which correlates packets of the same protocol between them, such as the SIP call ID into a SIP dialog. The Xlog and REST modules are correlated with SIP using the call ID, and the SIP is correlated to a network using an internal connection ID that it's created in OpenSIPS for every new connection. For internal correlation, we use the call ID for SIP. For REST and MI, we have a function in the new API that generates a unique global unique ID. And for the network, we use the connection ID that I was talking before. What is the correlation as concerns the HEP packet when you send the data over the network? As you probably know, HEP version 3 is a chunk-based protocol. The internal correlation ID, we are using the HEP chunk 11 as it is defined in the HEP protocol. It is plain text, and you can have more than one. This is a correlation ID that links the packet that belong to the same protocol. The external correlation ID is identified by chunk ID 101. It is not standard, we just made it up. It has a JSON payload, and as you can see in that example over there, it can correlate multiple protocols. So the example over there says that the current HEP packet is related to a network, is correlated to a network transport via that one, sorry for that, during that 123 ID, and correlated to SIP via ABDE ID. As concerns the SIP context tracing, there are events happening because of SIP. So an X-log or an REST query generated by OpenSIPS, we consider it to happen only if SIP happened. You can't have that event unless a SIP event happened. The SIP context refers to either the message context, the transaction context, or the dialog context. It has two correlation ID most of the times. Internal, that is an ID for the protocol, and external, which is the core ID correlating it to the SIP. And you have the following script function in 2.3 that was adapted to support the type of the protocol you want to trace, as you will see in the following examples. As you can see, this is the way you can trace SIP in OpenSIPS 2.3. You have the type SIP. It is internally correlated via the SIP call ID, and externally to the transport to the network HEP packages via the unique connection ID I was talking before. This is the way you capture logs, X logs in OpenSIPS 2.3. You have to give the type X-log to the function, and from the moment you activate it, let's say the scope is a dialog, and if you activate it for that dialog, all the X-logs will be traced. For not only for the initial invite, but for all the requests and the replies that will be processed later. This is how a HEP packet with an X-log event is being sent over the network. You can see the JSON payload. We have the event info, and the text is the actual text of the X-log that was made from the script. Also, in 2.3, you can capture REST queries. They work the same as the X-logs. They depend on the scope that is given to the function. It is internally correlated via a global unique ID that is generated by OpenSIPS, and externally correlated to the SIP session via the call ID. This is how the REST event looks over the network. We capture in one HEP message the request that stores the first line of the HTTP request and the payload if it was not a GET message. As you can see here, it's a GET method and it doesn't have a payload. And we at the same time we send a different packet for the HEP reply, which stores the first line of the HTTP reply and the payload that was given for that REST query. You can control how, if you want to stop the tracing of all the SIP context messages, you can control this via the DMI function. You have the SIP trace MI function, which needs a trace ID as an argument, and the state you want for that trace ID. The state will dictate if tracing is on or off, and the trace ID we will define it in order to set a destination for all those SIP messages. We also implemented the network tracing capabilities. You can see the list of modules that support network tracing: TCP, TLS, WebSocket, and WebSocket Secure. For each protocol, we capture different types of events, and each one is adding its own data, as you will see later. There is it is internally correlated by the unique connection ID, and it has no external correlation. Each network tracing for each module can be controlled first via MI, as it was the case for SIP trace function. You can tell for each protocol has an MI function like that, like it's TCP trace on. It is also a WS trace on for WebSocket and so on. And you can set tracing on and off for that module. A very interesting feature that we have in the new version is the trace filter route, in which you receive the local interface on which connection was either accepted or started, and the remote interface, the remote connection, the remote user that we connected to. Based on these two fields, you can filter which connections you want to trace and which you don't. And a very nice feature, you can use the permissions module to define a blacklist or a whitelist of IPs to represent the connections you want to do tracing for. In order to trace a connection, you have to exit the SIP route with anything else but drop. If you use drop, that connection won't be traced, even if tracing is activated via the MI command. These are the events that the TCP module adds to trace packet. It is the status of the event. The event that is accepted, this is the event that is thrown when a connection was accepted by OpenSIPS. You also have the connected event when OpenSIPS initiates a connection. And the message, it is a debug message from OpenSIPS. If it was an error, the message would be something like an error message, and you probably would see why a user can connect to you. There is also the termination event that is sent only by TCP. It has the same fields, the status of which in most of the times will probably success, the event that happened that is a closed connection, and the message why the connection was closed. In this case, you can see that it was a connection that timed out. If you trace TLS packets, besides, apart from the TCP messages that were added from TCP module, you also have information about the server and client certificates. In this case, we captured only server, information about the server, and that is the master key you can use in Wireshark to decode the TLS encrypted connection. WebSocket protocol captures information about the request and the reply in the WebSocket's handshake. The messages are larger, but I stripped them here not to occupy much place on the slide. And the WebSocket secure protocol is only an addition between TLS and WebSocket, so it will have the events added from the upper layers. This is how events. This is how everything we implemented will look in HEPIC. You can see the Xlogs events that are correlated with all the whole SIP transaction. You can see the initial connection events on the left and on the right that started and ended the connection. And here with green, you can see the REST query that was made for this SIP session. Last, I would like to talk about the MI tracing. It is not related to SIP in any way, since MI is totally asynchronous to SIP. The current implementation has support in all the MI modules: JSON, XML, RPC, FIFO, HTTP, and datagram. In order to enable tracing, you have to set a trace destination that can be set from ProtoHep module, and each MI module allows you to define a whitelist or a blacklist of commands that should or should not be traced. If you define a white list like is the case over there, only PS command will be traced. If you define a blacklist, all commands but the get statistics command will be traced. As concerns the HEP packet, we put in there, we sent two HEP packets for each MI command. One is the MI request and one is the MI reply. For the request, we sent the command that was given to the MI, the backend that was used, and the parameters for the MI command. And for the reply, we captured the code that was written by the MI core, the reason of that status code, and the reply message written by the MI module. In conclusion, we would like to emphasize that version 2.2, the additions we made there helped us a lot to achieve everything we achieved in version 2.3. We moved away from capturing only SIP. We tried to make a nice API to be used by all the modules, and we extended the tracing to not only SIP but logs, REST, network, and MI. In the future, we would like to also trace TCP statistics. We were thinking about capturing B2B sessions. The only problem would be to correlate multiple SIP dialogues. And of course, there is also the possibilities to trace more data, like accounts, like SQL queries. And for those of you that are interested in implementing a new data type that should be traced, you have the API in trace API.h in OpenSIPS core. Thank you, and I hope it was interesting, and if you have any questions.
Do you have any questions? Going.
Yeah.
Gone. Another round of applause for Ionut. Wait,
That's a question.
you gotta put your hand up higher.
Really interesting and really good job. And what about database connections and debugging? Is it planned? I know it's quite a bit different because we rely on external libraries, so it may be not so simple. But
Oh, not quite. I mean, the API is there. We have the API, and we only have to go to the database modules and implement the API.
nice.
Yeah,
Thank
so it should be very easy to extend all the functionalities and add that new data type that should be traced. It's not hard.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Raise them hands high. Okay, another round of applause for Ionut. Next up, we have Alexandr from the Homer project, talking about some really cool stuff you can do with HEPIC to detect fraud. It's not about owning HEPIC, just so you all know. What is it about? Tell me about it. What he said.
So first of all, I would like to say this is my first presentation since 2011, but we will not about Homer at all. So about me, probably I should introduce only a little bit. My name is Alexandr Dubovikov. I'm lead developer of Homer and founder of SIPCAPTURE community, and founder also of CTO of QXIP, which already presented by Lorenzo. Today I will talk about the most important stuff in voice over IP, it's frauds. Yeah? So I should not introduce about bad guys. So bad guys, it's they scans each day, each 24 hours your network and try to get to your network, to try to leech your password, to try to generate a lot of fraud and raise your money. So you will not get money, but you already lost it if you don't think about or not care about blacklisting and security and some fraud detection. This is really important stuff, and especially for some users, smaller users, which just take, let's say, OpenSIPS, Camellia, Flea Switch, Asterisk from packages, install it, start it. I can register and forget about this. Yeah. So and probably next minutes, somebody from Zip Features try to scan your URL server, and exactly it will be a lot of issues what by default can be used to generate traffic to Republic Congress, for example. And some of providers which use also open source projects inside of networks, of course they use SBC from HEPIC or Huawei or from Genband, and it's they give you some protections, but anyway, it's not guaranteed 100% what it will be secure, and nobody will not use a hole in your network and try to send a lot of traffic. And you will tell me, yeah, of course, solution already exists, and of course, a lot of yours try to install build to fan and to try to use CDRs to parse and detect solutions. Yes, it works, but it's not really real time, because it's, of course it will take to detect some frauds, some attacks a lot of time. Probably it's minimum 5 minutes. It's maximum it can be hours or days. Especially on experience of QXIP, we have also some fraud attacks, and we raise a lot of money. And unfortunately, if your infrastructure is big and you could not even control it in real time. Of course, you should collect all CDRs in one place, and you could try to use external application which make analysis, and after one department send this request to engineers, and they try to block it, and so on, so on, so on. Also, you can use external blacklisted, but they are not populated by community, and you could not trust 100% what's data it's located. It's probably you try use blacklist, and tomorrow one of your customers will be located in this blacklist and will try to argue you and say, what's wrong? Because why I cannot make a call? And this is what very important call. Probably it was emergency call. And you try to look in this blacklist and found, why it's blacklist in this blacklist IP of my customer is located. And of course he has a problem. Alternatives, like I said already, in operators they try to use fail to ban. It's application which try to this external application try to scan and parse, grab your CDRs or logs created by your switches, by Camellia, OpenSIPS or whatever. And with fail to ban, you generated IP tables. It's a nice solution, but this is only temporary solution because it only happens in one server. It's very hard to distribute to another devices in your network. If you have a lot of hundreds of networks, hundreds of devices in your network, and your provider like calling shop and so on, it will be impossible to maintain. So you just to distribute these IP tables to all of your servers, and it will be a mess. And of course, it's cheap to run, but it's like described as contra. It's very bad to distribute to another platform, and of course, it's not real time at all. And if you use external public list, like I said, one of your customer can be in this blacklist, and you will be in trouble. So about open source, everybody uses open source here, and also big operators, and it's not a secret. And in open source community, especially in voice over IP, there's a lot of nice and great people, humans, which spend all your times to make community better, and they spend a lot of days to integrate some features and so on and so on, and also to reply your questions in mail list. Unfortunately, there is no solution about distributed blacklist in real time. And therefore, it's our idea was why just not use this nice, great people and created something bigger and something what everybody will use it, and it will be exactly our goals in this real-time distributed list. It should be it should be real-time, just our communication. It should be exactly distributed without any complexity. It should be offline first. This means what if something happens with your internet connection to external peers, you'll be able to use anyway this blacklist feature. And very important, it should be open source. So you should trust what data you are looking for or you try to check. And of course, it should be good. It has a good reputation, especially if this blacklist will be full from big operators which you can trust. It can be SIPGATE, it can be QXIP, it's in Germany, it can be Vodafone, and so on. So if somebody wants or have interest to do it, let's join us. So, and it's not only concept, we have created also first prototype. This first prototype it's already exists and it has the name QXIP. What is for? It's a small application not based on Node.js. It's like Arrow cache, which provides some basic features to build all your requirement for blacklist. It has a REST API interface, a JSON interface, which you can enable with this interface. You can enable to create some blocks or bands, and you have two interfaces, normally three interfaces, which give you possibility to use to make requests to this blacklist. First two interfaces is DNS, INA and Ionut, and NAPTR or NTPR interface. And second is just normal REST JSON interface, which you can easily use it and easily integrate it to all of your platforms. Also, it's very important. It should be exactly distributed list, and should be few data should be exactly in real time. And in this case, we decide to use peer-to-peer network. It's like torrent over WebSockets. In this case, it will be real time. It will be invisible for you, and it will be very quick. And of course, it should be what I mentioned before. It should be offline first. So offline first is very important for us because everybody wants to be sure what data exists and data is consistent and no gap in the future. So distributed, it's what this blacklist is created for. Currently, we support Redis 3.0. It's already distributed key-value database. It can work like a cloud solution, let's say. But this is only first prototype. Our goal is to use GunDB. GunDB it's very popular now. Real-time distributed offline first graph system, the graph engine, and this database can handle a lot of 15 million requests per second. It's really cool. It can be really distributed. It can be make with additional tables. You can do lookup. It can work like key-value database. Can work like B-tree, and so on and so on. Lorenzo and me, we conducted this GrandDB guys, and they like this idea about distributed backlist a lot. And in next release, it will be already integrated inside. Lorenzo, if you have something to tell, and of course, if you want to read about this GrandDB, go to GrandDB.io. With sort of description how this database works. And let's look at the example. For example, it's here a Russian hacker. So try to scan OpenSIPS or Asterisk. You have REST interface where you can just in real time request to your local. You install this first of all. You install this cache on your local server, and it's in your network in your federation. And you configure OpenSIPS or Asterisk to use this REST interface of this database. So if somebody tries to scan your network, let's go request to cache database. You have also local database of GrandDB, which already connected to and distributed with another connections in this cloud solution. Once we detected this is our scan in OpenSIPS or in Asterisk, you can do it. You immediately send a request to block this IP. You block it with this IP, and if you're in master mode and you're a trusted user in this blacklist, you can exactly send this request, and we count this IP. From this IP, we have some fraud or scans. And if we have a lot of requests for this IP, it will be automatically goes to basket and will be distributed across all another instances. And this means what if same IP try to scan another federation, it will be automatically blocked, and it will be in real time. Exactly. Use case in this distributed blacklist, it's not only blocked by IP, but also we gave possibility to use blocking by destination number. It's exactly an NAPK interface where you can say, I would like to block for this IP and this destination, let's say Congo or Somali. Nobody should able to make call to this destination. Or even you can block any international calls. And exactly you can put this information to this cache database, and it will be your local federation. And you can exactly use this distributed database inside on your across your network, your federation, without any limitation. Second, it's exactly it's a very nice feature that I will show later. It's tear down of outgoing calls, because everybody knows what we detect, what we have a fraud. We detect these scans or whatever, those attacks. We can block it, but what is about existing calls? These calls exist, and they of course take money. And to terminate these calls, it will be very hard and almost impossible. And later I will show how it's possible with cache. And one also advanced feature what we can use in cache, it's exactly number portability. Number portability is currently in QXIP we use Siemens system and so on. It's old ISUP network, and we have planned also to go to number portability in SIP. So normally you can just request in Yenam request cache, and it will tell you where is located this number on each services, and you will automatically redirect this number. You can do number redirection, you can do blocking, and a lot of other services. And of course, these features can be also used for some CDRs and session correlation. And it's open platform, it's open source, it's BSD license, and you can use on all your requests what you need. So it's unlimited. If you have another idea, please, you're welcome to share this idea with us. And do you know about Inferno? It's Pachedzhiev. Exactly why I show this picture here. It's the next slide. 9th circle of hell. Of course, you can tell us, okay, I have some scans, This user is located in blacklist. But what's happening after a while? Yeah? Of course, we have some TKL, time to life. After some time, this IP will be expired. But what's happening if this IP will be again come tomorrow, yeah? From another network? Of course, we will count, we will make statistics, and we put to another blacklist. So we have 9 levels of L circle, and we put if we have a report from we receive report from users, free trusted users, we put to levels 1. And of course, it's after some time it will be expired. If the same IP will be arrived tomorrow, and we make a statistic, and we put this user, we will exactly insert this user with IP to another blacklist, level 2, and so on, so on, so on, until it will be arrived to level 9, and there is no excuse, yeah? So only repentance. And of course, this you, like user, or let's say provider, you can use any level of this blacklisting. So it just depends of your trust. If you trust, or you have a lot of networks and or a lot of scans, and you would like to block, or you have a lot of scans and you would like to block everything, of course, probably you will use first level. But if you're operator and you don't have less trust to this blacklist, of course, you would like to use level number 9. And okay, it depends of you. It's of course this is not permanent. So if you have another idea how we can advance or to make it better, of course all your comments and ideas are welcome. So how it works? It works very easy. We have some examples here. It's you can use curl to send to cache with command and say this destination. For I16, it will be blocked for 60 seconds. It's milliseconds here. And this information you can retrieve using Ionut. It's an NAPTR type, it's type 35. Or you can do exactly curl with curl. We can also do REST request. And you will get information in JSON, or you will get normal DNS request, DNS response. Which you can use inside of your OpenSIPS or Chameleon. And of course, same you can do for IP. You can book with IP for 60 seconds, and this is automatically will be appeared in this blacklist. You can use lookup. You can exactly register your local DNS root DNS zone, or you can exactly do a trick, especially in the Linux system. You can install DNS mask application and just daemon. And this daemon you can say this DNS should be all this query for this DNS should be sent to this IP, and you can use it in your federation, your network. Here it's exactly how it can be integrated in proxy or B2B engine. Here's example. It's like OpenSIPS or Chameleon lookup, and also you can use Ionut query, which says, okay, this IP request user is blocked and it should be rejected. Yeah, it's very easy. And some actions. Yeah, big 4. We already discussed this community of OpenSIPS, Chameleon, FreeSwitch, and Asterisk, and they had very big interest to make this blacklist by default in all installation, yeah, to protect your installation, you protect your network, and so on and so on. And how it works with OpenSIPS, it's all real example. You can just copy, paste, and it will work without any limitation. Unfortunately, with OpenSIPS, some limitation doesn't have yet DNS request in config, but we already spoke yesterday with Bogos and we will implement it. So normally here we use REST-GET function, which just send request to your cached instance, get result for source IP, and if source IP is equals is blocked, we will send exactly 403 or 403, 500, whatever. It depends on you. And if it's not blocked and you see it's this request came from FriendlyScan or ZipFeatures and whatever, you can exactly send a REST API query to your local cache, which you will block with IP, and it will be automatically distributed to or send a request to cloud, which will be count on this IP for a while. And if we get another request from another authorization user, it will be populated to blacklist. Of course, it depends on you. You can also use absolutely. You can be in leech mode. You can exactly set only to use external database and populate your database by itself without distributed to cloud. And here, what you should use is just REST client model and a num or JSON. For Chameleon, it's a little bit different. You can use DNS lookup and exactly to check if this IP is already blocked in the network. And same like with OpenSIPS, you can send also statistics, and you can use REST API to block it, and so on and so on. Free switch, unfortunately, in NAM is not a good option for free switch. Sorry, sorry. But it's thanks God we have mod curl, and we can use mod curl the same way like we use it for OpenSIPS. And we can use the system call, which exactly will check JSON reply from this curl, and we, based on this information, we will block user, send it with 403, or we will make another condition and make an execution of another application. Probably it will be announcement or breach. Asterisk, it works even easy. You just need to install curl on like system application, and that's it. So Asterisk has an internal check for this curl variable. If you set in your dial plan, it checks if this curl application exists, and you do a REST API query, and it works like magic. So no extra modules you need. And of course, some statistics. It was very fun. We just for test, we installed 4 applications that I mentioned before. Big 4. It was OpenSIPS, Chameleon, FreeSwitch, and Asterisk. Unfortunately, Chameleon was a winner to get a lot of scans. I don't know why. It's probably zip karma. But if you compare to OpenSIPS, it was like 5 requests versus 100 requests of scans. And here it was. Unfortunately, it was a lot of scans from friends. Probably they use some old systems which was gapped and try to scan our system. And you see some statistics what we have populated to InfoCD and Grafana, and of course, if you are fans of statistics, you have to use it to see some detection and so on and so on. And what I mentioned before. It's a very cool idea, we wake it up not so far. And as I mentioned before, you detected what you have a fraud. You blocked this user, you blocked this account, but what is about the calls what already exist. And if you have only one server, probably you will, okay, I will restart it, or I don't know, it's a way to make a script. But what is about if you have a lot of FreeSwitch installation or Asterisk installation, and you don't know ever don't know on which nodes calls go through. It's a problem, because if you don't care about this, you will raise your money very quick. So you done bankrupt in probably 1 day. And what is about to use cache and Homer or HEPIC? Because we have all information in Homer and HEPIC, and why don't use this for detection? For example, if we want, we would like to block a user with a number or bin number or IP, we will send this information to cache, and cache does do this request to a HOMA database or to a HEPIC database, and just all information which call is still connected for this call. And it will parse 200K, it will parsing lights just to be able to generate a teardown byte. And we know the source and destination IP, and we send this byte, it's a custom byte that we generated in CGrates. We will send to the destination and to A and B party, and we will be automatically disconnected. We really spent a day with Lorenzo exactly to check all this switch, Asterisk, OpenSIPS, Chameleon. It works perfect. Some issues this was with ZipWise, but we also fixed because ZipWise is performance so complicated. We used Chameleon and we used SAMs and calls and we expected branch parameter in contact and so on and so on. And we exactly in record route it's go to 127 local network and so on. But we copied everything, we generated correct byte, and it was disconnected very quick. And of course, if you use this some feature in your network, you will save a lot of money. Trust me. And of course, this is a prototype. Yeah, of course, it's let's say you can use it already. We tested, but of course, it's not yet released. Yeah. And we look in developers, we look in architectures, and we look in volunteers who can help us to make this project bigger. And you're welcome. So please send us your comments, your ideas, and join us. And you're welcome. So thank you.
Do we have any questions? Put them up. Higher.
Thanks a lot for your work because VoIP fraud are really a big problem.
Yeah.
I've tried to look on Google for QXIP, but there is nothing released yet.
Yes, it's released in GitHub. It's now sorry, it's private. Did you move or not?
You'll find it this afternoon on the SIPCAPTURE.
Okay, it's now private. It's not private GitHub. It's our local accounts. We didn't move yet to SIPCAPTURE, but Lorenzo will do it because exactly it's our mistake. Sorry, but it already exists. Yeah, so if you go to Mangani or Dubovikov on GitHub, you will just find it. But yeah,
I'll try as soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Of course.
I fear
not about my SQL, please.
I fear to be stupid, but what is offline first?
Offline first is it means cache. You have this installation of cache on your nodes inside your network, and you have also cache GunDB in the installation. And with GunDB, it's exactly make a copy of data what you received and store it locally. So it's make automatically synchronization with actual data, but it's stored locally, and you can exactly use offline first. So it's not go to cloud, and this is all this actual data in your network. This is all means offline first. In this case, you can be in reach mode, just get this data, you can use it, you can create your local copy and populate it.
Wow, we've got a wave.
In the examples that you showed, they were making curl requests. When you did the performance test, did it not prove expensive to make TCP connections to do the lookups? I know it's an experimental.
Yeah, exactly. Therefore, I prefer to use the NES lookup, because this is exactly in the NES lookup, especially in app. It's very quick, it's UDP, and it can be distributed, so you can have a lot of internal name servers, and you will be automatically distributed. So we have a lot of cache installation, and they will be distributed request and round robin. Of course, I prefer, and therefore I told guys from OpenSIPS, we have to implement this feature as soon as possible in OpenSIPS and be compatible to use the NAS lookup.
Because my natural reaction when you were talking about it was perhaps an invite and a 302, similar to an LRM dip, something like that for the speed of request.
Yeah, but again, it's I prefer use the NAS blocking, like old-fashioned way. It's probably it's old, but this is cheapest and quickest.
What issue did you run into with free switches mod enum when you were trying to deploy this?
Okay, mod enum is exactly only for NAP tier, so it's impossible to use IP block. Yeah? You can only use destination because enum try to convert request to write to E164 formats, and it's impossible for IP. In this case, you are not able to even to look up. Therefore, if you, sorry, William, if you can also create this the NAS lookup, custom NAS lookup in free switch, it's more than we expected. Yeah.
Did you file a feature request?
Yeah, sure, we will do.
Any other questions? Okay.
You have described how you can actually retrieve information from the database, but how about actually providing information to the database? So is there any way to avoid poisoning of information?
Yeah, it's, I show it's one on my slide. Exactly to send the API request. If you would like to populate your database, of course you can use direct GAN-DB connection or to Redis just to make back synchronization. But normally you can exactly use curl.
Yeah, but especially about this, so is there going to be any kind of authorization mechanism involved? So how are you going to avoid the poisoning of the information that you have in the database by malicious endpoints? So you have a server that either, let's say, removes information from the database to say unban me or ban this other guy who's actually not supposed to be banned or something like that.
Well, okay, this is will be anyway your local database, yeah. So you can enable synchronization mode, and you can exactly make population only for your local stuff. So you should be you should trust all requests what you do in your local federation. Yeah. This means what, for example, you just like I said before, you're in leech mode, and you just getting this information from external. And you, if you understood it correct, you would like to also populate your local queries.
No, I mean, let's say there is a server that is actually being compromised, let's say, and then is updating information on the database, which then gets synchronized. Poisoning the database. But let's say I ban somebody who is not supposed to be banned, so I'm actually preventing him from accessing the service that it's actually supposed to.
This is exactly your local bans. But if you would like to make these bans active across all networks, it will be like a trust keys. Yeah? So, for example, you're a trust user, yeah, or you're a big vendor, and you receive from community trust key, like let's say PGP key, yeah, which trust key. And once we receive 3 or 4, 5 requests, it depends. We can exactly discuss about this. We receive 5 requests from different type of users for this IP. It goes to cloud, and it will be distributed across all systems. So it's like, of course, we could not make a decision only on one user, which will populate this IP. We should wait for another alarms which come from another system, probably from Jöran and so on. We receive 5, 3, 4 reports for this IP. It's, of course, it will be automatically, and it's go to basket number 1. Yeah, it's this kind of circle. Yeah.
Only trusted user.
Yeah, only trusted. It's not like a Joe from Texas. Yeah, came and say, yeah, I would like to ban this IP. Of course, we cannot trust him because
seriously?
I don't know. Sorry. And in this case, it's just a matter of trust. Yeah. If you trust a user, you be able to make this report. If you are not, sorry. So probably we can also think about how to make a more trusted user. So if somebody will say, okay, another big vendor came and say I can give guarantee, another trusted user give guarantee, but this guys it's trusted user and all reports what he will send will be 100% correct.
Thank you.
One more. Yeah, sure. We have a pause.
I have a question regarding the anonymous callers that which blocks their caller ID for like in cases they're using multiple call sessions on one specific network and they're dropping down. How will we be able to block those calls?
Okay, normally it depends on your implementation in your network. So normally in familiar OpenSIPS you can do with this counter, this dialog mode, and just if you receive, theoretically you can also do like in this caching database you can also put this information and synchronize. Let's say this user currently use 10 channels, yeah, and after 11 channels should be disconnected. Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do. Yeah, and in this case it's will be distributed, and this information you can exactly retrieve from another server. Just check. It will be normally it will be distributed dialogues mode in this case, and from this REST API, it depends on your implementation. Again, you can use it to populate this data, how much channels it's your, and to retrieve this information from another server, and to disconnect this. But this is only a small use case for how you can use this cache application.
Thank you.
Very okay.
Last question.
I'm a bit worried about the permanent ban. Thinking about the botnet behind the NAT situation, there is the risk to keep out big organizations or big issue institutions.
Absolutely agree. So it's always has a chance, but once of IP it will be falsifiable. Yeah. Therefore, I said before, please use whitelist. You can be populated with all your IPs which in your federation, what you trust, and it should never appear in the blacklist. If once you did it, you will be 100% safe, but one of your peers will be not blocked at all. So it's just a matter of trust. Yeah. Of course, this subject is very difficult. Therefore, we ask help of community. If somebody has idea, let's discuss about this. Let's make this product great, and because it's for open source. Yeah.
Okay, Alexander, thank you very much. That was really important. Okay, we're about to take our first coffee break of the day, but I just wanted to take a moment and get some applause for our sponsors. Telnix, VoIP, Voicetel, Motto, DIDX, Voicenter, AG Projects, Clusters.io, of course, the OpenSIPS Solutions and OpenSIPS, QXIP, and Raytel. We can get a round of applause for our sponsors. Okay, so we've got about 25 minutes in this. Coffee and some treats are outside. Try and get back here in about 20 minutes, folks. So we've had a feature request. Everyone's going to stare at Shlomi while he finishes his presentation. Next up, we've got Razvan from the OpenSIPS Project. And he's going to be talking to us about no signal. Okay, he's ready. He's going to be talking about from supply chunks to end users.
Hi everybody, my name is Razvan and I'm part of the OpenSIPS team for 7 years now. And I'm really glad to be part of this project and to this new release, OpenSIPS 2.3. Throughout these 7 years, it's been the largest release that we've ever done. So I'm really excited to show you one of the features that we've been working on. It's not the only one, but as you've seen Bogdan's presentation, we had a couple of new things. I'll be showing you how to pass from SIP-PIE trunks, how people from PSTN can call down to SIP end users. So from SIP-PIE trunks to end users. At the beginning, I'll be talking about SIP-PIE and a short introduction about why we need to do this and why we've done it. Then I will show you how OpenSIPS sources out the SIP-PIE, SIP and SIP-PIE problem. After that, I'll come with some examples and we'll all draw some conclusions. So first thing first, I want to give you a history about the telephone networks. Probably most of you know it. The PSTN is basically interconnects all the hard phones in the cord phones in the world, and PSTN is basically based on the SS7 protocol that's been developed in 1975. And it's very complex, it's a very mature protocol. And part of it specifies how to start a call, how to finish it, and how to control it. It offers all sorts of features like number translations and portability. Allows you to do messaging like SMSs and also has billing compatibilities. So as I said, it's a very old protocol. Part of this protocol is ISUP, is the ISDN user protocol. This is only used to establish calls, and it has been developed by the ITUT group, and it is a binary protocol. So the question is, what does a binary protocol has to do with SIP? Because SIP is plain text, so something doesn't add up, right? But both of them are used to establish calls, so there has to be some similarities between the protocols. So let's take some examples. For example, ISUP IAM is used when you want to initiate a call. Surprise! We have invite in SIP. Whenever the phone starts ringing, the ISUP protocol says the user agent has to send an ACM message, an address complete message. Surprise again, we have 180 or 183 ringing. Answering calls, answer message, well, in SIP we have 200 OK. This is how you terminate a call using a release message. In SIP we have bye and confirmation for that bye. So although these protocols seem a bit different, they basically do the same thing. And the question is, why can't we adapt them somehow? This is how SIP-I and SIP-TIE started to appear. So basically, there are two versions of the SIP-I protocol. It's SIP-I and SIP-TIE. The first specifications have been done by IETF group, and basically they wrote some RFCs that specify how ISUP and SIP can interconnect. And these RFCs contain all sort of all the call flows necessary to gateway between PSTN and SIP. For example, they are also can be used to call from PSTN back to pre-STN. Basically, the specification define encapsulation and mapping, and but only focuses on the interworking of basic calls. So basically, using the SIP-TIE protocol, you can always start new calls. You can benefit from all the ISUP other extra services. That's how SIP-I come along. This was developed by a completely different group. It's the ITUT, and contains two specifications. It's the TRQ2815, which basically talks about how to integrate ISUP in SIP, and Q19125 presents the call flows that are necessary for how we map call flows in order to make SIP work with ISUP. So this protocol has been developed by the same guys that have developed SS7. So basically, they have a lot more knowledge about the SS7 internals and its design. So naturally, we decided to go with the SIP-I specifications because they are more widely spread, and it's probably more stable and it's more used in the industry. So our main goal is to have a phone called a SIP phone, and each of them are linked. The phone is linked to its SS7 switch and talks ISUP with it. A SIP phone talks to OpenSIPS, and well, it talks only SIP. So we need a gateway. We need somebody to pass information from ISUP, strip them somehow here, and only pass SIP information down to the client, because the client only knows SIP. So basically, SIP-I are a bunch of ISUP messages that are included in the SIP message and passed along the architecture, so that any component in the road can use them and interpret them and execute based on them. And you'll probably ask, what's the difference between SIP-I and SIP? Why can't we do it with SIP? The answer is we can, but we don't. Why? Because SIP-I provides a lot of extra information about caller profile, billing profile, about numbers, formats, portability, and stuff. We could put all that information into the SIP message However, all the proxies in the path will have to take those headers, understand them. So that this means that we need a standardized way to specify them, so that everybody in the row can use them and act based on them. So we needed this specification. ISUP already is a specification like that, and so why don't we merge them together? So that's how SIP-I appeared. Basically, SIP-I standardizes the format of the information that's passed from one side to the other. And let's see how OpenSIPS does that and what we can do in OpenSIPS. So when we started to integrate that, we had a couple of issues because, well, as I said earlier, ISUP is binary, so we can't simply take it and put it in a plain text protocol such as SIP. The SIP-I standard says that the ISUP message has to be attached to a SIP body. Therefore, we had usually OpenSIPS was used only with a single body, so we had to develop some new parsers for message parsing, for SDP parsing, and splitting the parts in different chunks. And the ISUP protocol is quite complex. It has various message types. All of them are very well specified, so you can't really have arbitrary values in any of them. You have it is very strict. You can use only a specific values for specific fields, and also the values are binary encoded. This means that it's not very easy to access them, read them, modify them, and so on. That's how we came up with the SIP-I module. Basically, the SIP-I module provides a set of functions to parse ISUP messages and also add them, delete them, modify parameters inside it. And also the module provides a set of functions to drop ISUP bodies, add new bodies, and so on. One of the most important things that it does is it defines a set of default values for each type of message, and I can show you that's something very complex because as I said, every message has to be formatted in a different way and has its specific default fields, specific information that's mandatory in a message like that. So the module does that automatically, creates all the default values that a specific message needs. So this way the script writer doesn't really have to read the RFC to see how the specification, to see how each field, what's the value for each field. OpenSIPS offers a very light interface for you to do that. OpenSIPS can, using this model, OpenSIPS can act in both proxy mode, meaning that you have a SIP-I entity, actually two SIP-I entities, and you simply pass information along. But you can also take information from that message, from the ISUP message, use it to start building processes and so on. You can take that information to update the SIP or normalize the SIP packet, for example, change the CLI. And you can also update the ISUP message based on the information based on the SIP information. You can also use information from ISUP to route the message to specific SIP-I endpoints. So basically, allows you to do whatever you can do in a proxy mode with, it's similar to the SIP proxy mode. And the other mode that the module allows you to is to do SIP-I to SIP translations and back. So when a message comes from a SIP-I entity, you can inspect the ISUP message, start, for example, act on that information, start some billing processes, change again the caller ID with the proper number, drop the ISUP payload because the other guy doesn't really understand ISUP, and simply forward the message. When the response comes back, you can and needs to go to SIP-I, you have to add a new ISUP body with the default values, update the values that were added, and then relay the SIP-I endpoint. Next, I'm going to show you some examples how SIP-I and ISUP are linked together. So in this example, we have a call from a SIP-I endpoint to SIP, and we want to establish this call. So ISUP sends a plain IAM message, which is basically taken, wrapped in a SIP packet, SIP invite packet, and sent to OpenSIPS. OpenSIPS inspects that packet, drops all the ISUP information because the user doesn't really understand them, and forwards a plain SIP invite with SDP back to the client. On the way back, OpenSIPS here adds an answer confirmed message with all the mandatory fields completed, which is the SIP message here is taken, the SIP is stripped and passed along as an ISUP message. When the code is answered similar, but it's only an A and M, an answer message, which is ACK by the SIP-GATE gateway. Note that for an ACK, we don't really have a correspondence for in the ISUP protocol. When we want to terminate the call, we simply send an ISUP release, which is wrapped in a BY message, and sent as a BY message to the endpoint, and this is the 200 OK on the way back. Not sure if you can see this. So basically this is the capture of an invite message that contains both SDP and ISUP message. The SDP, you know what the SDP contains, it basically describes the information about media. This guy has information about routing, about number formatting, about billing profiles, and so on and so forth. Basically, this is what the ISUP module contains. Doing that in OpenSIPS is quite easy. We try to make it as easy as possible for the end users. So basically, the main challenge was to access binary fields from a binary protocol like ISUP, and send them in a script so that they can be easily treated and easily interpreted. That's why we took the RFC and basically made hundreds of mappings between the name of the fields and their offsets inside the ISUP packet. So basically, each of these naming are aliases in binary in the ISUP packet. For example, here we are setting this. We are setting the cold party number, his numbering plan indicator. We could use 1, or we could use ISDN. Basically, in the ISUP message, it will end up 1 because it's a binary protocol. However, in OpenSIPS, we have all the aliases, all the mappings between. Well, most of the mappings between ISDN keywords and their integer corresponding. This is how we read. This is how we fetch information from the ISUP body. Basically, this is how we take the number plan indicator for the call party number. This will print 1. If, for example, we want to have the interpreted value, for example, in our case, ISDN, we'll have to use the ISUP parameter string variable, which basically goes to the ISUP message, takes the value from there, converts it to a string, and simply returns it into the script. Configuration is very easy, as I said. So all you have to do is, for example, here we configure a bridging between ISUP and plain SIP user agents. If the call comes with an ISUP message, this means it's from a SIP-I entity, and all we have to do is take that information, parse it somehow. Well, here I only printed it because I had no idea what to do with it. But you can take it and, for example, as I said, start a billing process, and then you have to remove the ISUP body towards the user agent. If the call is in the different direction, so the call doesn't have an ISUP body, this means that it needs to go to an ISUP entity, so we have to add a new part with the default values and update each one of them because, well, we probably don't match those only those loose default requirements. So we have to provide more information taken usually from the SIP level, but also from, I don't know, billing profile in the database or user account wherever you hold it. So it is as simple as that. This is how you start the call. On the way back, when we want to end the call, all we have to do is again detect the direction, whether it comes from a SIP-TIE entity or not, strip the ISUP message or add it for the release messages, and that's it. Just relay the message further. So this is as simple as it gets. All you have to do is remove the body or add it and change the values that you need. So in conclusion, starting with OpenSIPS 2.3, you can easily take any ISUP body from a SIP body and inspect it and update it with whatever you want. So you can do basically OpenSIPS provides all the necessary operations to manipulate and update ISUP bodies. It facilitates building because it adds a lot of default values that usually you don't really want to provision, but you have to, and you don't really know what to put in there, so you have to read the specification. So that's very hard to operate. As you've seen, the interface is very simple. It only has like two functions to add, actually only one function to add a default ISUP body. And OpenSIPS you can use it to route both in proxy mode between two SIP-TIE entities and as a SIP-TIE gateway. So, in conclusion, integrating trunks, reaching SIP users from PSTN networks towards their SIP phone has never been easier than that. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Can you handle the mic? There it is. There.
Basically, the question is twofold. First of all, I know ISUP quite well, so in calling party members, there's a presentation indicator.
Yeah.
The presentation indicator can be either allowed or can either be restricted. So for restricted, if you receive that, how will you send it out in SIP? What kind of implementation do you use? Will you use the privacy header or will you use the anonymous implementation?
Well, the whole idea is that the protocol allows you to be as flexible as you want. So if you need any of those two cases, then, well, you simply have to script it.
Oh, okay. Good enough. Secondly...
so just to add on something, we didn't want to add hard-coded too much of processing because everyone wants to do it in a completely different way.
No,
but basically, yeah, let's say the module allows you to do it in whatever way. Just look at that and then simply change. You insert it as an RP, as a asserted identity or whatever,
Yeah, because different platforms have different.
Secondly, how do you handle multiple point codes?
Multiple what?
Multiple point codes. For example, well, basically what you have an SS7 gateway which does the translation, to SIP-TIE which arrives on your place. What if you have two?
Two endpoints?
Yeah.
Well, you can definitely add different bodies for each of them. So for each branch, you can change the body in the branch route, and you can adapt to whatever needs each gateway has, whether it's an ISUP or not.
Does that mean then that I have access to an MTP3 also?
Not sure what that is. I can't answer because I don't really know.
I'll have a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Okay.
So the answer is if there are any carriers that you can use to test that. Well, we don't have any carriers to use. What we've used was the Ionita implementation, so you can set up a Ionita translate, a Ionita CPI, actually ISUP to CPI converter to see how it works.
I'm just curious, are you using some library for parsing it, or is it all in the module? For actual parsing the bodies.
So what we use to parse?
Parse it, is it built in, or are you using some library?
Yes, it is built in. I think it's, I think Bogdan can answer. Where is that taken from, the parser?
It's from Asterisk.
I don't want to say.
No, basically it's taken from the Asterisk source code, and heavily modified just to adapt it, for the OpenSIPS way of working with the data. But let's say the structure and everything was, well, that's the beauty of open source, right?
Wasn't it case sensitive for?
Yeah, there are cases. No, actually, there are case insensitive. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah, in terms of naming, we try to use as much as possible exactly the same terms as in the ITU specs. So to be clearly, okay, what kind of piece of data you're accessing over there, even if it's long, but better to be clear.
Yeah, it's that you have better control like that. Otherwise, if you're, I don't know, missing the index, then probably everything will screw up.
Okay, last chance for a question. Oh, let's give applause for the red one.
You hear me? Sounds good.
Okay. Our next speaker is from SIPGATE. His name is Jöran, and he will talk also about SS7, but this time how to do the capturing using Over.
Yeah, as spoken, the topic is ISUP SIP debugging using Humor. And if you're not that lucky that you have SIP-I, that you already have it encapsulated in zip, you have to deal with painful telephony service, I would say. But before we start, maybe something to myself. The name is Jöran Vinzens. I'm a web engineer working at SIPGATE. We are carrier for web services in Germany and UK. And in Germany, we are mobile operator as well. And so we have SS7 interconnection for our mobile network and for inbound calls to Deutsche Telekom, for example. So we started long ago with SIP, and therefore we struggled a lot with SIP debugging. And I think all of you started or know these tools, Wireshark, Asterisk log, and Camalio logs. And there are some obvious drawbacks in using these tools. It's in the first place only for operations. You have to jump on the system. It's not for support people. It's very complex to find just a basic problem, and for all in Camalio especially, or the OpenSIPs, you need to know the code to understand what the log means. So it's not very easy for support guys to debug things. In the past, we have some advanced support with us, and we gave them an SSH connection, and they used PuTTY for that, and we wrote a wrapper around ngrep and grep and TCP dump and so on, that they can actually do traces on the system itself. But at the end, this was all crap. So we moved long ago, Humor. We put our SIP traffic in there, and it's working very fine. We have a special system which collects all the calls. It's a plugin for HEPIC. We wrote ourselves, and from there it's just a click to the search engine from UMA, so it searches the correct calls. And so it's just putting a called or calling number in the field, press on search, then select the corresponding call, and then they have the call in UMA, so they don't need to know who's calling who and at what time, and so it's pretty easy. But we are SS7 carrier as well, and so we have SS7 interconnects using ISUP for the inbound calls and outbound calls to the mobile, but we also have camel map integration. And therefore we use Gate, a SS7 adapter, which is capable of ISUP and camel map, so the higher SS7 layers for the mobile stuff. And we pretty much have the same problems. So we use SIP and SS7, but what's about debugging of these SS7? It was pretty much the same. We had T-Shark because it was all over SCTP. We have the Gate log files we are searching for, which are increasing and increasing the more traffic we have, and it's very difficult to find. And sometimes it was more or less an educated guess because we don't want to bother to look in the log files just for a basic question, so we guessed what the problem might be. This is crap. So we thought it would be a very good idea to have this in UMA, just to have one tool for all calls. So at least the ISUP stuff, which is the call stuff in the SS7, would be very nice to have in UMA. So, but why UMA? The reasons for UMA integration for ISUP was we have only one tool for calls, so the customer support, or we especially, because we are lazy, we want to just have one tool to search for calls, search for failures. And we look for other tools which are on the market. There are tons of other tools on the market which are unbelievably expensive. So we stuck with UMA, and it's very easy to use, actually. So this is our setup in basic. We have on the left side we have the VoIP service connected internally to the SIP. It's a bunch of Kamaidios and Asterisks and Enum and what all is about. And then on the edge we have this Gate, which is an SDP and MGC, which is taking the SIP traffic, and on the other side it speaks through SIGTAN, SCTP for the signaling part, and controls the media gateway through this quite old MGCP. So the media is passed around the gate, and then the circuits are controlled through MGCP from the SDP to the media gateway, and from there on it's really a copper line, which you used to have in the old times, I would say, but it's still there. And since we have it, we have to deal with that. So in this case, we want to have these SIGTRAN SCTP traffic captured within UMA, because we know what's on the other side, which is SIP basically. It's easy to grab, it's easy to push to UMA, and it's easy to debug for people who knows it. But the other part, it's a bit tricky. You have to have T-Shark make a trace, get it on the machine, open it, and find the correct IRMs and release clauses and so on. And it's more easy to have it on one tool. So actually we did it. So not we especially, but Holger, he's also here. But we thought it might be a good idea and to push it to the community. And what it actually looks like, these SS7 stuff is like that. It's a little bit cable porn, I would say. We have 5 of these installations within our data center, and it's not nice, but it's there. So in terms of configuration, we have to configure the capture agent, we have to configure the capture node, which is in my case Kamaido as well. We have a MySQL database behind, and we have the web UMA. All configs I show are available online because it's only a slice of the configuration I showed here in the slides. You can follow the link. It's going to our GitHub repository. You can download it. If you have any questions for that, drop me an email. The email address is later on in the slides. And if you have found an issue or whatever, you can open a ticket there. So you don't have to write everything now or make a photo or whatever. So starting with the capture agent. We start with a configuration set which is able to capture VoIP, and assume that you already have an UMA installation which gets SIP traffic and gets displayed, and you can search it and so on. So it's only the difference you have to have in order to capture the ISUP traffic. So in the beginning, we have this capture agent XML file where you load the modules of the capture agent. Here we have to load the SS7 protocol in order to be able to parse SS7 stuff. Then we have the socket pickup XML, which defines the filter and the capture plan. The filter here is SCTP because Citron is using SCTP in our case. And the filter plan, the ISUP capture plan config, is basically a file, we come to that later, which is handling the events if there are any packages captured. In the ISUP capture plan itself, we check if it's ISUP because we have lots of packages in this Citron SS7 stuff which we are not interested in. So these line alignments, whatever, we have lots of stuff we just don't care about in our case. So we pass if it's ISUP, and then we check, or we send it just to the UMA capture node. And if both goes wrong, we enter good error message here, so you know that there's something going on wrong. After that, you can basically start the capture agent, and maybe you check if it started, because it might not start if you have something written wrong, or if the SS7 module is not there, it doesn't start. And if it's started, you can just make an ngrep or TCP dump or whatever, just to see if there is traffic coming from the capture agent to the capture node, just to see if there is nothing, you will nothing receive from the capture node. It's simple for debugging. So in HEP, it looks like this. You can't really read it. You see the name of the capture node. You see it's HEP3, and yeah, that's practically all you can see. Lots of dots, I would say. Then on the capture node, as I said, it's a 5 case, and I looked in yesterday in the morning. We need this SS7 ops module, which is available only for Commando so far. Maybe reported, maybe someone else reported to OpenSIPS, I don't know. Here we use the event route to catch the events from the capture node and check for the HEP type. So if it's zip or if it's log or if it's RTCP or whatever. In this case, it should be 8, which is M2UA, I think. And then we parse it with this in this $HEP 0x00f. There's the actual content, the body of it, of the message. And then we put it in the var payload. This is important since the ISUP to JSON needs to have this variable filled with the body. This ISUP to JSON gives back if it is actual valid ISUP or not. And if it is actual ISUP, we go to the store ISUP route and do other stuff. If not, we just drop it. So it's important if you use the first time the event route, we fallen over that because for obvious reason we haven't never used these event routes before. If you do use the event route, don't forget the other traffic you have. Don't forget SIP and blocks and RTCP. If you don't handle it there, it just gets dropped. I put it in the sample online, so you can see what you have to do with FX, SIP, and logs. You have to store it, or you have to give it back to the capture module. From there on, we have basically two types of messages which could carry ISUP stuff, which is the user agent adapter and the point-to-point peer-to-peer adapter section. Both have different kinds of protocol versions. In one case it's 8, in the other one it's 13. We have to handle both. It's just the code duplication in this case, so it's not too much. In the store ISUP, it's basically filling up lots of variables and then do the insert into the database. That's pretty much all. I shortened this up a little bit because the slide would explode if I didn't do that. But the entire code is online, so again, you can have a look on that. MySQL. It's a create table statement, so you can just put that in the database. If it's too long and you don't want to read, again, you can copy that from our GitHub project. And do not forget to enable the rotate script for the tables. So if not, the capture node will try to insert it in a table which doesn't exist. So that might be bad. And on the other thing, if you don't use a rotating table, your disk might become slow. So maybe you think about that. And then we have this webpoomer. So we want to see this, but we want to see that only in particular cases. And if we have normally just the webpoomer stuff or the SIP stuff, we are not interested in searching for ISUP stuff. So there's a new column in here which is called this FTP over here, and this is FTP Boolean. And if you're making new areas, you can enable this as an STP. And please leave the port blank because ISUP is not port 5060 or something like that. Just leave it blank. And then if you've done that, it looks like this. You have a bunch of aliases with this SDP enabled. And if you do so, you can search for it. How does it look? Basically, this is, I think you all have seen something like that before. This is a basic call in Boomer, which telling us there's an invite, and there's a button on the top which is search for ISUP. The problem with ISUP is there's no SIP call ID in ISUP, and it's all related to a circuit, so we don't have this correlation ID we can just attach to the packet. So we have to search in another way for the call than we have on SIP. So in this case, if there is a component involved in this diagram which is in the list enabled to be an SDP, you can click this button and then it gets exposed for one lane more. In this case, we don't see anything because we first have this digest certification challenge. But if you scroll down, we see here there's an IAM going out, a release and release clearance or confirmation. So something went wrong in here. So now we have to look what did go wrong. It's pretty easy. If we click on the IAM, we see, on the beginning we have a message type, which is IAM. We have a destination point code and source point code. We have all this number stuff, type of number, blah, blah, blah. So we know who's calling who. In this case, I call from my mobile number and this takes it out. So I don't want that in the internet. And if we look at the release cause, we can see what was going wrong in here. So in this case, we see resource unavailable, which is the ITU cause, which is given back from the operator. And we as well see the cause location, which is the local user. So if a customer calls us saying, I can place a call, maybe he has to check his device. In this case, I called the SIM card, which is in the tablet, which is not able to get calls. So for sure it's a user problem in this case. Special thanks at the end, and pretty fast I think. Special thanks to the end to all the UMA guys, which had great support and supported us during the finding and the development of all that. And to Holger Freiter, which is over there, who has actually done the coding and helped us to implement it to become IDO and WebUMA and Capture Agent. And if you ever consider to do stuff where you need a freelancer, maybe you consider him just commercially. So we have, I think, plenty of times for questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Put them up. Stick them up. Okay, another round of applause for Jöran. Get up here, Peter. Shimmy on up here. Peter's from the lovely island of England. He's pushing about 6'1". He is married though, folks, so 6'2", but he is taken. Okay. Let's go, Pete.
Is this working? Yeah. So hello everybody, and thank you to OpenSIPS for having me again to present, not as advertised, a presentation to WebRTC, but instead it's...
You got scared today, right? After the closing of WebRTC.
I think WebRTC is old now. No one cares anymore.
The sons of WebRTC have come in here. They intimidated you.
The back-to-back user agent where it's at. Okay, so this is a presentation about how to use the OpenSIPS back-to-back user agent. For those of you that haven't seen me present before, based in the UK, as Alex has said, and since I think around 2008, I've been working with OpenSIPS, mainly OpenSIPS and research, to be honest. We built a large ITSP based in the UK. We expanded it out to the US. I think it runs something like several thousand call sessions per second now. We ended up building a CLEC in the US as well. And then when all that was finished, I started up a kind of small consultancy a few years ago. So we help out with projects and open source voice over IP projects, system reviews, and just helping out wherever people might like us to with their systems. And one of the things we used from an early date, relatively early date, I think around 2009, was the OpenSIPS back-to-back user agents. It was a time when we needed to do what is now known as topology hiding quite widely, but nothing like that was really available. And the topology hiding module certainly didn't exist, and there was this new thing called back-to-back user agents. It was in OpenSIPS. So before I go any further, I know everybody here probably knows OpenSIPS quite intimately and SIP proxies quite intimately, but because I'm going to talk about OpenSIPS as a back-to-back user agent, I just want to recap that OpenSIPS, out of the box, as it were, is a stateless proxy. So there's a very quick example here of a packet being proxied through OpenSIPS. And yeah, OpenSIPS will accept the packet, it will do checks, it will do what it feels it needs to do, and essentially it will add a record root header, should you tell it to, which most people do, and it will also add a fire header. And this means that it's stateless, as SIP is, and if the OpenSIP server should be turned off while the call is in progress and then get turned back on, the resulting in-dialog requests or by requests will still flow, simply because OpenSIP has inserted its IP address into the SIP messaging. Now when we start to talk about a back-to-back user agent, it's not a stateless environment. And what we have here is we have a quick comparison between the two within OpenSIPS. So on the left you have a simple example of OpenSIPS proxy and call. And on the right, what happens when you enable the OpenSIPS back-to-back user agent is you basically get OpenSIPS as a back-to-back user agent. So OpenSIPS will create like a virtual UAS and virtual UAC within itself. So the phone on the left, the UAC phone, will now think that OpenSIPS is the endpoint. The contact header presented will be the OpenSIPS IP address, and there'll be no record root headers. And the only via header that we'll see is the OpenSIPS one. And it's no longer stateless because OpenSIPS has to record all this information internally in memory and also flush the database so that whenever you get a request during the call, it can be copied to the other side. OpenSIPS has to look all this information up and work out, how to reconstruct the SIP headers to send the messages onwards. Okay. So, first question I suppose is, why do I need a back-to-back user agent? The first reason I used the OpenSIPS back-to-back user agent was to hide call topology. We were integrating with dozens of carriers, some big, some small, and finding lots of problems with interoperability. People sending responses to contact headers, people sending, not accepting requests because they happen to have a record root header in, people routing on the to header rather than the request route, all kinds of things. So we ended up needing a back-to-back user agent, and we used the OpenSIPS one. It also lets you do things with OpenSIPS because OpenSIPS will now behave like an endpoint with the back-to-back user agent. So you can initiate your own read invites. You can insert in-dialog requests. So if one of the phones in the little picture on the right should send a buy or a re-invite, you can choose to intercept those in OpenSIPS if you want to and do things with them. Whereas with OpenSIPS as a proxy, it's not necessarily that easy to do that kind of thing. And you can also perform call transfer-like requests. So I'm just going to sort of run through an example of a few of these to give you an overview of how back-to-back user agent can be used. But before I proceed, quick slide on topology hiding. As I said a few times already, the back-to-back user agent, I first used it for topology hiding. Now, if I just wanted to hide topology recall, I would use the topology hiding module. The big reason behind that is because when you turn on the back-to-back user agent in OpenSIPS, you lose all control of the call. You're basically handing over the call to OpenSIPS, and there's a module called B2B entities. And OpenSIPS will then enable that module. That module will completely take over the call. It will take all the replies in itself, all the in-dialog requests will be taken away from the request route, and everything will go to the back-to-back entities module. So you're giving up a lot of control by using the back-to-back user agent, so you have to really know when and why you would like to use it. So if you're going to just do topology hiding, then topology hiding is the module to use. benefits of topology hiding in general. You can hide both sides of the call from each other. I don't think it should be seen as a way to secure your network, but it's certainly a way to hide internals of your network if you're exposing a SIP proxy on the public internet or an edge on the public internet. You can change the call ID of the call. I think that's quite a recent addition to the topology hiding module actually. It's always happening back-to-back user agents. I've had situations where a customer or a carrier will expose their contact IP as part of the call ID, and we don't want to pass that on for a number of reasons. So changing the call ID can be useful sometimes. Reduces packet size, and another big issue forever dealing with is large packets going through lots of internal hops, going sort of higher than the MCU threshold for UDP packets. And then basically the packets just don't make it through routers somewhere on the internet or somewhere on a network. So by using topology hiding in any fashion, you reduce your packet size down to a very simple example of a SIP packet. And it also increases compatibility. It makes OpenSIPs look like an SPC. I think I've said before, you have various interpretations of the RFC from various carriers. Some very big carriers will not. Will have their own interpretation of the RFC, and because they are very big, you have to comply with them rather than getting them to comply with the RFC. Okay, so the OpenSIPS back-to-back user agent modules, there's actually two modules you need to load if you want to use the back-to-back user agent. As I've already said, the entities module is under the hood, and when you invoke the back-to-back user agent, it will sit in the background and it will create the UAC and the UAS parts, and it will accept the indirect requests and do everything under the hood in the background for you. Take the call away from you, essentially. And then there's the back-to-back logic module, which is what you as a user can control to some extent in order to run scenarios and to create new scenarios on the fly. So, very easy to initiate, just simply call the B2B init request function. By default, OpenSIPS comes with a topology hiding scenario inbuilt, so it will simply proxy the invite to the destination, and then it will intercept any further requests in that transaction and proxy them back to the originator, whilst doing all the back-to-back user agent stuff in the middle. And as I said, with the exclamation marks, you will lose control of further responses. So you need to know why you want to use a back-to-back user agent to topology hiding if you're going to do that. But the real interesting thing you can do with the back-to-back user agent is you can give it an XML file, which everyone loves, and you can give it specific steps to execute in a call flow. So I'm just going to run through an example, specifically of something we did in the past, of how we use the back-to-back user agent to help the call flow that we need to do. And the back-to-back, once you understand about the back-to-back user agent, it makes it, I think, a lot easier to work out what scenarios are maybe suitable for. It's not always immediately obvious, as I'll explain. So, this is a scenario that we were faced with a long time ago now. So we had a situation where there were customers registering with an OpenSIPS proxy. The proxy was acting as a registrar, doing call authentication. Essentially, it was checking balances. It was doing dynamic routing, entering calls to carriers, etc., etc. And that was working fine. And so the early version of a product, as it were, and the customers could make a call to each other, or they could make a call to the PSTN. Everything was fine. You dial the number, the call would connect. So a service needed an upgrade to make it a bit better. So one of the things that we wanted to do was to say, well, wouldn't it be nice if the customer could have a balance played to them before the call connected? And in the traditional kind of PBX world, I know this is really easy. You kind of just make a call into your PBX server, and the PBX server looks at your balance, and you play the balance, and then you connect the call onwards. But the situation we had was we had POPs all over the world, essentially, and we would tie the audio down at the most appropriate point. So the customer would call a carrier, the audio may go directly from the customer to the carrier without going through any media hops, or it may be pulled into, say, London or Singapore, or where the most appropriate point was to pull the audio into. And we had this challenge because the immediate solution to the problem was something like this. You know, just whack a media box in there, as you make the call out to the carrier, loop it through FreeSwitch or something similar, tell FreeSwitch what to say, you know, the remaining credit is £10 and 0 pence, for example, and then continue the call onwards to the carrier. Easy solution. Problem we had was media hops all over the world. We didn't really want to have, we didn't have any FreeSwitch stuff at this point, or any media stuff really, and we didn't really want to start having to deploy media boxes in all these different destinations. We also didn't want to have to put them in a single destination, which would mean we then have to start dragging audio all around the world just to play a customer a balance message. And then you've got the added problem that your media is anchored to the FreeSwitch box for the duration of the call. The FreeSwitch box goes down, you lose the call, you then directly tie to the number of concurrent calls the FreeSwitch box can handle, etc., etc., etc. And what we ended up doing was we ended up using the back-to-back user agent to solve the problem. So what you can do, as I said before, is you can construct little scenarios with the back-to-back user agent. So where a call would come in from a customer, we decide that we want to read the balance of the customer. So we could then send the call to the FreeSwitch box. The FreeSwitch box could do whatever it wants, play the balance. You could ask for the ETNF input, you could top up. Eventually, you could top up your account, all these kind of things, which is another situation entirely. That means the FreeSwitch boxes can then all reside in a nice PCI-compliant data center for other kind of things. But then when FreeSwitch is done with the call, it just hangs it up. You're no longer using any resource in FreeSwitch. The media is no longer being anchored to some random place where you happen to decide to maintain your media cluster. And it's just generally nicer because the call can then come back into OpenSIPS, and then we make the onward call to the carrier. The media is anchored where we want it to be anchored, be that directly from the customer to the carrier. It could be anchored at a pop across the world. And we use the back-to-back user agent to do this. And so this is how we did it. And it's not very readable, that, is it? Just see if I can bring it. Yeah, Is this more readable? Yeah. So what you can do with the back-to-back user agent is you can control, let's see now, you basically give it a scenario file in XML, and you say we're going to pass in 2 parameters when we invoke this scenario, and then you can reference those parameters later on in the XML file. So we define the initial states here, and we say, okay, when we make a call using this scenario, we want to connect the server being OpenSIPS, to the first client, and we're going to use the first parameter as the destination for the first client. And then we're going to say we're now in state 1. And on OpenSIPS, the back-to-back user agent module will obey these instructions, and it will say, okay, so I'm going to bridge a call from here to here and wait. And then we define rules. So we have here a list of rules that the back-to-back user agent can then follow. So it's quite a convoluted XML structure. So what we're saying here is if we receive a request and it's a buy request, here we have a rule to check. And we're saying if we're in state 1, which we are, here, we're in state 1, and the client has sent the buy, i.e. FreeSwitch has sent the buy, then, okay, hang up the call to FreeSwitch, delete the entity from your internal database, and now bridge a call from OpenSIPS to the second client being the carrier in our scenario. So
what we then end up with is a scenario file we can use, and very simple, you modify your configuration file. You tell the back-to-back user agent it now has a scenario that it can execute should it wish to. This is a little bit of pseudocode, so don't call me up on it if it doesn't execute. But the example here is that you can pass the parameters in of the destinations that you need at the beginning. So we're going to tell the back-to-back user agent to call the scenario that we've just defined. And we're going to say the first URI that you're going to call is this one, a read balance request URI at the free switch URI that we've managed to pull out of the dispatcher module. So we found a free switch box. We've then worked out which carrier is going to take the call, and we pass that in as the second argument. So the back-to-back user agent has been given everything it needs to know to execute the scenario. And again, once you call this function, the back-to-back user agent handles everything about the call. And you essentially lose everything. So it's very important to load it up with all the information it needs. And you can give it extra information in the module parameters. You can tell it to persist certain headers through the SIP packets. You can tell it to persist the 2-header, change the call ID, all these kind of things. So you do have some control at the beginning, but once you initiate the call, that's it. It executes as you described. And basically, what we end up with here is a scenario like this. So the customer calls into OpenSIPS, procs into free switch reads out the balance. At this point, the media is anchored between the customer and free switch. Free switch then hands the call up, as been told to, and OpenSIPS will initiate a series of re-invites. So it'll send the re-invites to the customer. Customer will reply with its media IP address. The invite will get sent to the carrier, and then we'll end up with a 200 OK, and then the media will be anchored between the customer and the carrier. And the free switch is gone now completely from the call. And the resource is completely freed up. And the customer has heard the balance, which is what we wanted, and the call is in progress. And it's then very easy to extend the scenario. If you want to, you can easily add another rule. Another rule at the bottom. Okay, so in our list of rules, if we're in state 2, which is the state when we're talking to the carrier, and the carrier hangs up, then we can bridge you back into free switch with a third parameter to say, thank you, your call is now ended, or your balance is now £10.90, for example. And it just makes for a nicer experience for the customer. And then the call flow looks a bit like this. So when the carrier hangs up, you get back into free switch and you get a goodbye message. And there are lots of scenarios you can use this kind of thing for in the back-to-back user agent. And if you look on the OpenSIPS website, there are a few example ones on there, things like outbound call centers making calls, and then when a call connects, joining over the agent, that kind of thing. And it's just a different way of thinking about things and necessarily bridging everything through free switch or Asterisk all the time when you need any media. And it's worked well for us. I mean, this system has probably been in place since 2009, 2010. Handles tens of thousands of calls a day, just works really well. And that user agent has evolved since then as well. I think we were using for 1.8 around that time, possibly even 1.6. And you can now do some nice things with the back-to-back user agent. So if you're not sure what you want to do with the call, you can just stick the call through the back-to-back user agent and do something with it later. There's a really nice command, B2B list, which will show you a list of all the ongoing dialogues at the moment that are within the module. Once you've got that list, you can pull out a key that references the call, and you can say, okay, well, we've got this call. Now we want to bridge it. So instead of from A to B, which is where the call might be established in the first place, we want to bridge it from A to C instead. Similarly, you can pass in a flag to say, okay, bridge B to C rather than A to C. So you can kind of essentially perform a transfer, and it kind of gives you that power to say, okay, let's use the MI command to get a list of calls, present it to an administrator or somebody in a call centre, and then with a click of a button, they can choose to have a call redirected or something, for example. Or if you wanted to eavesdrop on a call, you could invite it into a PBX system just so you can do the eavesdrop, and in that way you're not having to use a PBX system for all the calls, those kind of things. Just a quick example of that here as well. So you have a call established from A to B, and if you use the B2B bridge management command, you can basically make OpenSIPS hang up the call to C, to B, excuse me, and then it will send an invite to C and then re-establish the call from A to C instead. Likewise, an almost identical example, if you want to connect the call from B to C, it will hang up A and it will connect B to C instead. Yeah, so that's really my quick overview of back-to-back user agent module. It's worked well for us in the exact scenarios we needed it. We'd use it again if we needed to in some other scenarios, and I think you don't hear much about it from anyone within OpenSIPS or the conferences, so I thought I'd just put it out there that we've used it and it's successful and working. And I know other people are using it. So it said there, I think there's some benefits. One of the big negatives is that you lose control of the script when you initiate the module. Okay, so thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I don't think there's a microphone available.
Can the back-to-back user agent, can it handle a refer that comes in on one of its legs?
I'm not sure. Certainly when the version we were using, which was around 1.6, 1.8, it couldn't, but if there was an OpenSIPS developer in the room, they may be able to answer the question.
Nobody knows the troubles I'm seeing.
Bogdan might know. Can the back-to-back user agent handle a refer?
Yeah, so it can do, like for the unattended kind of a transfer. So it does it in an automatic way, so it doesn't require any kind of, let's say, scripting in the back-to-back scenario. So once it gets the refer, it knows what to do with it. So it's, again, automatically done.
Yeah, so there's no scripting control?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just something basically, let's say, not relevant from the back-to-back scenario perspective.
Thank you. Any other questions? Put them up. A reminder to ask a question. Okay, Pete, thank you so much. Let's get another round of applause for Pete. So it's about that time where we're going to feed you. Is anybody in here lactose intolerant? Okay, get that man some milk. So we're breaking a little early. We're going to get about 45 minutes, hour and 15 minutes for lunch, right? Yeah. So everybody try to get back here, let's say maybe 7 to 5 up, so that we can maybe start a little early, and then make sure that we get out a little early. You can't keep us here. All right, everyone. Thanks so much. We'll see you back after lunch.
do it.
We've got a figure, but we're not sure what it means.
I think the way we do it, we basically take the difference. Let me check. I think what we're using is the difference between number of sessions created and number of sessions. Okay. That basically gives you number of sessions, active sessions.
And then is that sessions related to the number of connections, or is that related to the number of ongoing calls?
Well, it's the same, I guess. Two sessions.
We were just wondering whether a session might be, you might have multiple sessions per call. You've got the A side and the B side.
Yeah, but for us it's just one stream. For us it's a session, it's basically two streams. And let's see what we're using.
That's a lot of Pachedzhiev interfaces.
Yeah.
Yes, I will be. Yeah. So the demos is going to be in front?
So yeah, essentially what we're taking is basically taking sessions created and sessions destroyed. Yeah, just the difference. This is just useful statistics if you want to some additional information. How many sessions downloaded.
No, I guess I didn't really like it. Yeah. 3 separate table in one row.
And then you basically get something like this. This is actual statistics.
And then we're gonna rate it, yeah.
So you basically
And then in total, how many teachers?
yeah, an RP session is basically 2 streams. From both ends. No worries. And instead of using Netcat, you can also look into there is a Python script that you can use.
Just 3 tables. 6 chairs per table.
And then we will manage.
Yeah, no.
Last year the door was not completely closed. There was like a space on the side. So
yeah, this.
Yeah, exactly. That's perfect.
It can also talk to
and for the
use different limits. So just
all the coffee breaks, all the food. Yeah, there's no need to be downstairs.
We use this tool on our
maybe the lunch.
when we run tests.
Can I tell you later about this?
Tests, you can find some.
I need to check if the sponsors are staying also tomorrow downstairs.
Is that basically a high level wrapper around it anyway?
Yeah.
It's connected to the socket and then also
Yeah, but it understands, it supports different methods so it's more generic in a way. And you can, what we do, we basically have like daemon, little daemon which basically runs around the it goes every second from
Yeah, but
wisdom.
even if it does crash, it basically, if you have some calls and transactions in progress, it doesn't.
You can recover.
Affect.
Okay, yes, right. It doesn't affect them. I see.
Well, yeah, it will affect few calls, but it's a different. But in any case, it's interesting.
I
And,
see your point. That's a good argument. Yeah.
but it's an optional.
In the end, I may change my mind. I don't care. I will have learning things. I can change completely my mind about that. And if you bring up some argument like this. So if an RTP proxy crashes, then the audio sessions are just like sending packet nowhere. And
yeah, well, we usually run several of them, so we always have like only like 10% of the calls on that instance. So
do you try to recover? Is there some strategy to try to redirect the call, re-invite the calls?
Technically, you can do it, but it's not crashing that often.
Yeah, right. It's really stable compared to.
Yeah. But some, people make mistakes.
Yeah, I think it's stable enough that you don't need to do this. But for something like free switch or that does so many complicated things, and when you upgrade the version, the master version, chances are you have 10% of crash at least.
Yeah, but I guess you can mitigate it in a way if you start instances. Yeah, the problem is when it crashes with OpenSIPS architecture. If you have some logs held on your shared memory, basically, if you crash, the rest of the OpenSIPS process does not know it, and you basically just I guess would stack the rest of
yeah, everything has to crash right together. There's no compromise. Everything has to crash and be reinitialized. Like the child is capturing the signal ending is made in a way where everything will stop, right?
But no, it's still a very interesting feature to have. So definitely don't give it up.
Yeah, I won't give it up because I know the audio quality, RTC-TIE standard, and the new DRFC to the new SIP to transfer audio quality. So there is some standards that are really not implemented anywhere in the open source world. And they are hard to implement because they have to be in some of the information is coming from inside the audio filters, so it's not anymore just packet transmission. Anyway, thanks.
Anyway,
good news. If you have anything, I'll bring you back later.
When are you going back?
I'm going to Berlin actually.
Oh, you're going to Berlin. Okay. Well, we'll talk then. 2 days.
Just sent you a LinkedIn invite. I sent you a LinkedIn invite.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I actually have want to take a look. I can show you one of the biggest systems we have. Yeah, it's a system we have actually been debugging some.
say, port.
Like bonding interface, right?
Yeah, bonding, yeah. And then another thing that makes it, you know, those kernel thing a little bit complicated. And they're basically trying to debug, the data center been trying to debug some issues with packet loss on the road. And they went in and tried to fiddle with the interface parameters. With the some kind of issue. So no, we just followed it at the moment. We recently added statistics collector to Bogos, so you can track packet loss and jitter on session basis.
There was a problem, you said?
Yeah, you see this drop. It's basically the administrators went in and they basically changed some parameters of the network interface.
It's a user intervention.
Yeah. And they didn't like, and they did not tell our customers that they did it. And the customer came to us and said, oh, you know, your software crashed. And have all this.
Was it a long gap?
It was pretty long gap.
So this is MRTG?
No, this is not an MRTG, it's a RD. Well, you see, it basically in about 2 minutes. but they had 4,000 people.
Wow,
talking on this server.
It's nice to have so put 4 times in common one server. Isn't it dangerous? I mean, yeah, that's the question I was asking.
But you see, all those servers are in clusters. So the whole system has probably like.
Depending on how much a call is worth, I wonder if it's better to isolate them. It's a lot of money for 1,000 calls. That's it.
Well, it's not about the money necessarily. It's more about the quality of service, I guess. Because it's pretty competitive market, right? So you don't want to. So that's the kind of central was to. No, it's just conversational traffic. So it's basically, we had, as I explained yesterday, we have like bunch of nodes, I think 6 or 7. So those two just lead their lane. And then bunch of SBCs. No, they're using CPSO switch. Well, our product.
Okay. Oh yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah. And they basically all so and then we have like another node just monitoring. We basically just collect some statistics from all these guys.
Are you using OpenSIPS in this architecture? No?
Well, OpenSIPS is on these guys. So this OpenSIPS. All these issues. It's all SIP project.
So your back-to-back is working with OpenSIPS?
Yeah.
OpenSIPS is extending, and just like HEPIC, that's what they are doing. They have a back-to-back on the loopback interface, and they just...
No, it's actually runs on the public interface. And, yeah, I can do it on my
I know because I took some training and I troubleshoot something so that they were not
But yeah, basically should show up on the interface too.
So we basically, so that's an overall picture. Basically, we lost a little bit of although it did not really, you don't see. We'll see. Maybe because it was really hard. Not right now. Technically, it's possible. I mean, we can measure certain degrees. Not yet. We cannot really integrate it.
Did the network use doing some weird thing or with something?
Yeah, that's definitely on the list of things to and basically how it works to run RTC cluster here. On this node, which basically connects to all of those media boxes. And then there is this daemon that basically issues statistics comment that
Someone said before, it's gonna come
starting, a short announcement. You probably already noticed that wonderful table over there, a lot of prices that more or less will go to the people in this room. So, I will just let you know what we have. We have a drone from Telnix, this one. Then we have a smartwatch, a TicWatch from VIDX. From QXIP, we have Raspberry Pis, of course, with the SIPCAPTURE agent installed already on it. So you just plug it in and it will start capturing everything in your house or office. We have 3 signed OpenSIPS Box, and we have a MikroTik router from QXIP also, and the most interesting prize, we have a leather jacket, thanks to Susan from Susan Jackets. It's a replica from the movie of Jurassic Park. One of the guys was wearing something like this, so it's a replica of that. And this will go as a best prize for the speaker. So we have we'll have 2 raffles at the end of today. One for everybody and one just for the speakers for the leather jacket. Okay?
What size?
I think that's the least of the problem, to be honest. It will fit. Okay, so now let's. Hey, bro. Yeah, next speaker is Dan or Dan, depending on the language. So Dan Christian Bogos from CGrates, and he will present, of course, the CGrates, the billing, and the most interesting part, how the integration was done between CGrates and OpenSIPS.
So, hello everybody. Can you hear me? Yep. My name is Dan Bogos. I'm part of CGrates development team, and I'm here today to talk to you about the integration we did recently with OpenSIPS. So you get now native CGrates support in OpenSIPS script. First, I was blackmailed with this slide. They didn't want to pay for my trip unless I put it in, so bear with me. The company is located in Germany, in Bavaria. We got over 10 years of experience with both architecting server-side solutions and got platforms covering both wholesale as well as retail. We kind of understand what means live system outages.
Anyone recommend?
Regarding CGrates, for those of you who does not know yet, it's a real-time enterprise billing suite. So it's not a complete billing system. It's more like a custom engine and custom suite which you can adapt and use for your own purposes. We did it in this way because it needed to be pluggable into existing infrastructures. Not many are happy to change what they have already in terms of billing. And it's targeting to accommodate new components into ISP or ITSP networks easily. For example, you want to add a new VoIP switch, you want to add a new SMS service, it should be pretty easy to do that. It's also non-intrusive into existing setups. We don't require you to route the traffic through, I don't know, a SIP agent of our choice in order for us to bill. We simply communicate and exchange information with your switch. It's fully open source software. You can download everything from GitHub. No add-ons in private repositories. We publish always everything because we consider that a billing system, same like a security firewall or something, it's way more secure when more people can analyze it. So this is why everything is open source from our perspective.
We have an ever-growing community where we are happy to invite you as well. The software is performance-oriented, like any billing engine. We need to be there and not slow down your network. Since the core setups are going through our processors, we need to be fast. So for that, we have built an advanced caching system. It's transactional, it has LRU and TTL records, so quite fancy, as well as everything what we do is asynchronous from day one. We use microthreads, so we are not affected by the system threads limit. And since beginning, we started as test-driven development project. We stopped counting at 1,500 tests. So today, I think there are more than 1,500 tests as part of our build system. It has a modular architecture, should be modern, cloud-ready, we say. It's all based on microservices. If you know, the CGrates is built on Go. Go was written by Google, and I think they understand quite well cloud and distributed architecture. So we inherit much of their capabilities. Everything what we do is through APIs. So we sometimes say that even when CGrates breathes, it does it through an API. All the components are talking to each other via either internal or external APIs. You choose that. So it's all done in a transparent way. It's easy to enhance a component by simply replacing with your own. So if you're not happy with our CDR server, but you want to keep our rating engine, you can do that because rating engine communicates with the CDR server through APIs. So they are not bounded in any way. We are pretty feature-rich, I would say. We are what others are calling online charging system. We also call ourselves offline charging system because we can also do billing purely offline out of CDRs. We are multi-tenancy. We support multi-tenancy from day one. Rating engine with derived charging. This derived charging is very useful if you do resellers and distributors or price inbound versus outbound calls and price customer versus supplier. You can fork a CDR into virtually any number you like with this derived charging capability. We do also a number rating, which starts being a demand. Account balances management with bundles. This is a strong feature of us because it was required by MVNOs. These calling card types where you combine data, calls via various destinations, and combine all these type of bundles. We do session charging with balance reservation and refunds. CDR logging with support for interim records. Fraud detection with automatic mitigation. I'll talk a bit because this is always a sensitive or hot topic, always modern. LCR, some advanced LCR functionality, QoS-based LCR, bundle-based LCR, I'll talk a bit about that. Call statistics with pattern monitoring, so you can get in real time call statistics. And this we do in a particular way. It's all in memory, so it's pretty fast. We have diameter radius server support with some process templates, what we call, and that makes us standard agnostic. It's sort of what you get through your OpenSIPS script. You can decide how you implement, decide how you implement your SIP or how deep you want to implement your SIP. Same is the regarding diameter protocol radius one. Resource allocation controller, you can limit channels per destination for a customer of yours. You can monitor them, you can tear down calls and do other things in the resource allocation algorithm. We have built-in high availability support, so our components can talk to each other, can fail over between them. And we educate ourselves towards being agile in developing new features. So if you have some ideas, come get them to us and we'll try our best at least to get them out on our GitHub. We have still 150 issues open there. So. But when I'm telling you all of these things is because now with the integration with OpenSIPS, you get them all in your OpenSIPS script. So by configuring CGrates, you inherit all of this functionality in your OpenSIPS, which saves you quite some efforts, I think. Regarding our activity, you can see us when we started in like 2012. So we have reached a 5 years cycle maturity, I would say. We didn't release yet architecturally stable version just because of some mindset, but our master is running in production at customers. So we don't call it stable just because architecturally we didn't want to be pushed by customer not to make changes. But this should change pretty soon nowadays because we are now, we also slowed down in pushing a lot of commits. So we should be ready now with a stable architecture. We are ready to publish the long-term stable release. However, it says master should be pretty stable. Some of our popular subsystems, you need to understand in CGrates, we don't call them modules, but we call them subsystems. And that's because Go, since beginning, it didn't have like a shared object inheritance. So we did the functionality split in different services. So all microservices are talking, they start all at once, like a pool of services. They share the listening ports, but they run individually. So there will be a pool of services inside one process. Or if you want to split them, if you have the needs to split them in your cloud on different, as many servers hardware you want, you can do that because each is a server of its own. And you control them through the CGrates configuration file. You have rating, accounting, SCR, as I told you about. You have centralized CDR server. You have session manager, which is able to do this active live debits. You have diameter agent, as I told, or radius agent. CDR stats server, which computes real-time CDR stats. Resource limiter, control resource allocation, as I told. User server, which is able to maintain user profiles, some sort of what LDAP does, or also diameter with attribute values. Aliasing, if you want to alias various, as soon as you will need, you'll start using CGrates, you will understand each component, why it's standalone and what it does. We also have our own PubSub service, so we didn't go for something like RabbitMQ because we told we can implement PubSub service more natively inside CGrates, just because in Go every service is very simple to do. Some words on rating a bit, just to understand, because this is original component of CGrates and the one which is the most appreciated, I would say. Rating, it's highly configurable, so you get all these classic things: connect fee, rate units, rate increments, rates grouping, a number rating, rounding methods, configurable decimals, and all this stuff which I'm sure you have already experienced if you need to do billing. In terms of rate grouping, you can charge, I would say, every nanoseconds individually in a call. So you can tell not only I want first minute as a whole, but you can tell I want first 2 to group first 3 seconds, then next 10 seconds, then again 5 seconds, and how you like to do that. Just because we do grouping in an unlimited way. Regarding accounting, we do unlimited balances per account. So you can imagine your wallet, your let's say money wallet, but we can keep many other type of units as well. You can combine voice, like minutes for a destination or minutes to destinations and so on, with data, with SMSs, MMSs, also money. So you can have money on a destination. And with using this concept and filtering, you can get this sort of real-time traffic discounts. So you attach 1,000 minutes for a customer to a destination, and as soon as he consumes the 1,000 minutes, the next minutes which come after the 1,000 minutes will be cheaper. So you can combine these volume discounts in real time by using these bundles. You have also, you can define prioritization, of course, between various balances. A particular thing on CGrates is the concurrent session handling. So you can forward as many calls out of a single account. So if you have one customer which sends you 1,000 simultaneous calls and you want to do prepaid for him, it should be possible. Because we treat each individual call separately and in parallel. So with doing this balance reservation, we are able to kill all 1,000 calls when his balance is finished. You can configure debit interval up to, I think, even lower than a second. I don't know who does that. So we do also balance refunds. If we have charged him like 5 seconds in advance and he only spoke 3 seconds, we refund it. And we also know how to slip during debit. So if we charge like, you have your profile of charging per minute, we know how when to slip, so not debit for the next minute because you already charged one. LCR, it's accessible like everything else via APIs. You can also access it in your OpenSIPS script. It's non-intrusive, injects supplier information via variables, so you will find it in your pseudo variables in OpenSIPS. It's tightly coupled with accounting. You can provide LCR over bundles, so you know that you got 1,000 minutes free or cheaper from a customer during weekend. The LCR subsystem will automatically notice that, and it will use the 1,000 minutes bundle during your LCR queries until these minutes are gone. Also, we can integrate traffic patterns, so you don't need to calculate LCR for 1 minute, but if you have, I don't know, if you have call stats around 3 minutes, around 5 o'clock, you can do the LCR queries on 3 minutes, not on 1 minute. And it has a lot of extended functionality through various strategies, so lowest cost, quality cost, low distribution, and so on. CDR server is a centralized server. It's you can send the CDR via various interfaces. You can post it via, let's say, HTTP or via JSON or REST or whatever. Or you can use this zero configuration CDR sources where we can take the CDRs ourselves. We steal practically the CDRs and generate the CDRs, and OpenSIPS is one of it. We also do offline CDR imports, so if you get your CDRs from your suppliers via CSV, for example, you can configure any kind of CSV for offline import, because we use templates, so you pick from indexes the fields. We support derived charging there, and an important functionality of CDR server is real-time or online CDR exports. By using this mechanism, you can send us the CDR in any number of ways you want, and we can send you in real time the calculated CDR. So if you already have a billing solution, you don't need to modify much. You just fire up an HTTP server, and you get the CDRs from us already rated, and then you put it in your own database, use your own portal, because not much changing. So we appreciate this functionality quite seriously, and we also have the offline CDR exports where you can define templates and export the CDRs via templates. CDR stats is performance oriented, so it's all in memory cached. It's pretty fast, and it has no blocking state. So one CDR can also go through a number of different stats queues, what we call, and update simultaneously. So with one CDR, you can update a queue, for example, ASR for your customer for your 1 hour, for the last 1 day, and for the last 1 year, with just one CDR. And all these stats are real-time available, so you can query, or they can trigger actions to you. So they inform you your customer in this moment has lower ASR, or you directly inform your customer. Just to have a view, this is how a normal CDR processing be done. Exporting some interfaces, sending to our centralized CDR server, and CDR server communicating with the services. And when it's done, it's also optionally to store the CDR. Maybe you don't want, maybe you just get the CDRs, rate them, and replicate them. As replication, we support today JSON over HTTP, JSON over or purely HTTP REST post, or Rabbit, posting to a Rabbit queue. All these are supported today. Fraud mitigation, it's part of a few of our modules. I'm trying to get quicker. So you can monitor your accounts in real time. You can monitor your CDR stats in real time. You can monitor your resource usage. So when you see some combination of resource usage, you can react on it. And the actions which are, or reactions, can be synchronous or asynchronous. I want to see that you're still here, but very few left, right? This is what we call sync slide. So now we reach there. OpenSIPS integration. How we have done it before? So before 2.3, we were using REST client to talk to CGrates. So we were querying CGrates to see whether the account has enough money, or to see its LCR and so on, using the REST client. When CGrates was detecting that the call has not enough funds or something, was communicating back to OpenSIPS via MI datagram to kill the call. And an alternative for CDRs, we were able to directly take it from REST client or event datagram. I forgot to add the event datagram, but that was for accounting. And you were also able, also today of course, were able to get the CDRs via DB flat store, which is a bit more complex, but is way faster if you're doing wholesale, for example, or lately via radios. After OpenSIPS 2.3, the new way, all it's implemented into the native CGrates module. So we got rid of quite some headache for you. And all thanks, I would say, to OpenSIPS core developers team, which did a great work on this. So what does this mean in your scripting? How can you use CGrates from your OpenSIPS? So first, you need to load the module CGrates and simply configure the connection to CGrates. So what OpenSIPS will do, will fork some RPC connections, JSON RPC connections to CGrates service, and will start communicating with CGrates. If you want to do call authorization, the good and magic part is that you can select what you want to do. So the module was not is not forcing you to follow an implementation. So if you want to do authorization, you do it, or if you want to take it out, you can take it out. You can just do accounting. It's up to you how you select these things. There is also the possibility to add more data, as many data you want. So if you want to define your own channel variables like CLI, like PayPal account, email account, you can add all of them in your scripting and before calling the function itself. So once you are done, you will call the function, preferably asynchronously so it doesn't block your process. And in case of failing, you reply the service unavailable, and you pick the answer from CGrates in another route, which is resume. If you do async already, you should be quite familiar with this way of handling stuff. So you can check the return code, and also you can check the CGR return pseudo variable, or script variable in this case. Call accounting, it's even simpler. You just mark a request to be accounted by CGrates. So anywhere in your script you say, I want to handle this in CGrates accounting, and the same thing, you can also add all these pseudo variables because it will post them via accounting, or you simply just do this simple call which limits the number of data exchanged with CGrates. There is also another special command which is the generic RPC call, and by using this it's a simple command, it's a simple JSON RPC call which can use any of the exported APIs by CGrates. This is quite flexible, but the others are also same story. How about troubleshooting? What can you use to get comfortable that things are working right? So you can look into OpenSIPS logs, just add as many xlogs you want. You can capture the message exchange between OpenSIPS and CGrates. So this is just an ngrep sample on port 2012, the one where we have connected to CGrates. And you can see that this is what is being sent to CGrates, and this is what CGrates replies. So you can see that it's interactive and it works. And of course, CGrates reports everything to syslog. So you can get it in this way as transparent as possible. I made it. So 5 minutes still.
Okay, questions? Time for the questions. Let's see who cares about his money. No one.
Or who was able to follow me till now, because it didn't react on my slide. Sick.
Just a curiosity, nothing more. But I want to know, for legacy systems like, just for example, in my institution, we'll see in a few minutes. We have also legacy systems like Ericsson, Meridian. There is the way to create module or plugins to support also CDR from these appliances.
So first you need to identify what sort of CDRs are available from your appliances. So most of them are doing CSV CDRs. So we can do today CSV, XML, JSON, and fixed width value. So if none of these are available for your platform, then you can write a very simple module based on the particular private protocol which your switch is offering, and just translate between your switch is doing and post RPC calls to CGrates, because I told you we expose it APIs. So you can, in this way, integrate almost everything with just simple minimum of effort. Well.
Any other questions? Okay, one more. The last one.
So you can do online and offline, but is there a possibility to do a replay of online events and pipe that through CGrates to retroactively create the CDRs through CGrates and stuff like that?
Yeah, we don't know whether it's online or offline. So
yeah, but if it's online, do you provide the timestamps if you are the one that makes the request, or how?
Well, it depends on what you provide in the pseudo variables, because if you send us the real timestamp or a timestamp in the past, we just match one-to-one with the rules in your billing. So it can be as many replays you want, and you can modify the data because CGrates is completely agnostic, will not know what's going on. It doesn't use any of its timestamps, but your one.
So we could save a replay of historic data and use that as a test bench.
As many times you want.
Cool.
We don't play smart. We are just following rules.
Okay, thank you. Big round of applause for them. So, our next speaker is Shlomi Gutman from Voicenter. Sorry. Keep in mind, Voicenter is one of our sponsors and helped a lot with the materials and everything. And Shlomi will talk about contact center on steroids.
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah. Now, so first of all, I'd like to have the chance to say thank you for Bogdan and for Celeste for this wonderful event. I'm sure that me and my guys have learned a lot over here in the last 2 days. We are just in the middle, so we're very excited. Generally, I'm going to talk a little bit about what we are doing in Voicenter. So talk a little bit about myself, about what we are doing, what are the needs today in contact center, what is being changed in the last few years. And then I would like to talk a little bit more about our topology and the things that the guys in OpenSIPS did with us to make sure that we will be able to do whatever we need while using OpenSIPS as our main proxy. Later, after it, I would like to talk a little bit about the usage of big data in our system and how do we use HEPIC and OMER, all of those stuff. And in the end, would like to talk a little bit about how we are offering to each one of you or each vendor of PVX to connect to us to provide the contact center layer to our system. So generally, again, about myself, I'm a big open source fan. I've been in the business of telecom from the age of 12, where I had a very cool BBS with a lot of nice animation GIF. But after it, I got a little bit adult, and we opened our communication company. Actually, the owner is me and my twin brother. He's the CEO, I'm the CTO. We are in Voicenter providing services all around the world. We later on going to talk about our topology and the service that we are offering, but we are giving a solution for all kinds of businesses, from a call center to small offices to network operators that are using our system as their back-end system in the way for providing the services to the client. Another very important activity that we have called clusters. Actually, this activity came from the needs of our infrastructure to have a very stable monitoring environment. We was trying to use many kind of cloud environment, and by the help of QXIP, we understood in the end that most of the standard cloud environment are not stable enough and are not good enough to do a regular monitoring, and especially when involving a lot of UDP packets. So what we made is called cluster. This is a spatial hosting environment for real-time application and monitoring application. Later on, you can talk with me or the QXIP guys about trying it. So actually, what was being changed in the last few years about contact center? In the beginning, when we were starting our business, the distributing queue to an agent was a big deal. And from a year to year, the market has been more and more needs for those special applications to give better customer experience. I think that also there is a lot of movement about the user experience of the customer in front of big organization that are making the demands for very rich application to give customer service. If we are talking about the big changes is the unified agent workstation, we can see a lot of kinds of workstation, and we're just going to talk about it. The needs of monitoring and reporting and seeing everything in real time. It used to be something that only like the very large organization was using it, and from time to time people understand that they could monitor their workers the same way that we are monitoring our servers and get better result out of it. And the life of CRM integration, all of the organization that we are working in front of, having all of their data inside of some kind of a CRM, the ability to connect those telephonic systems to their CRM systems are given the ability to really save the communication between the customers and the organization. And it's really giving the ability for each agent to know what is being talked with each customers and stuff like that. And this last stuff is all the self-service application. We can see a lot of movement on the market about boot for chat, about bot chat. And we are seeing a lot of demands for those voice bots that are pretty much doing the same logic as those chatbots, but with text-to-speech, speech-to-text application. And this is something that we are seeing more and more demands of it. We are using the Google engine, speech-to-text, that is just now went out of beta into beta plus. They have those stages at Google, but it's already been stable enough to move with it on production, and it's giving us very good result and giving us the ability to work in front more than 100 languages on the day one. So it's a very nice thing for us. Unified Agent Workstation. Today we are having more and more kind of end user. It used to be that contact center only were being with this desktop phone. We can see more and more people using a soft phone, but we can see all kinds of application. We have a lot of demands for mobile contact center, for salesmen operations, and people that do need to act as a queue, but are separated around. one of the things that we understood that if we want to give good business service level on a mobile application, it's probably too early to talk about doing it over the top. We usually, what we are doing, we have agreement with mobile operators around the world that are giving us, sending us all the traffic to our SIP proxy, and then we have like back-to-back SIP GSM application. So you are sending talk on your cell phone, and you getting the invite in our system, in our cloud. So it's really giving us the ability to use all of the SIP application on the new world of VoIP with all the integration and anything but working with the cell tower on the circuit switch line. So it's really something that gives us a lot of advantage around of people that are walking out of the office. Another thing that people are using more and more, it's all of the monitoring and real time, all of the workforce optimization, the ability to see who's doing what in each time of the shift and stuff like that. The ability to do it in an automatic way and not giving the agent the needs to get their time of documenting the stuff that they are doing, but just automatically see what they are doing and document it, and then give all the statistics and the information for the manager to manage his stuff better. One of my spiritual fathers was one told me to the movie line, what do you just tell me what do I want? So most of us, when we are calling somewhere, most of the time this place already know us. You have already their CRM, they have already all the information about us. When I'm calling my bank, you know about me more than my wife. Why do we ask me all of those questions on the IVR? If you're doing the right way, the integration, if you're doing what we call customer-oriented IVR flow management, you are going to get much more result and much more happier customers. So as I was saying, we have several integration almost to any CRM that are out there on the market. Those guys are our best resellers because once they have the ability to connect all of those information that the telephony system generates to the information that the organization already have and bi-directional, you can get, again, much better business result for your team. Again, I was talking about it a little bit earlier, about the ability of giving self-service. The thing that we are believe that not every engineer that want to develop something need to be a VoIP engineer. We are trying to give our end customers the ability to develop their own stuff. We have a very nice set of API. And we are seeing that the end result that people that know their business logic can get are much better than us. So by giving a very flexible API, we are getting a very nice result out of our customers. So how are we doing all of those kind of things? How can we have a system sitting out in the cloud with the right connectivity that can be scalable enough? And for sure, it needs to be very secure. This is not a very straightforward mission. It's not just putting your media gateway up in the Austin environment and voila, you have a cloud contact center. It might sound like that, but in real life, when you're getting to deal with all the challenges, then you understand that you need something much better to manage this infrastructure. Our topology, our general idea is to have a very federated cloud topology, that each part is very discrete by itself, that can give us the functionality that we need for it. And every place we are choosing the right topology and putting the right stuff on site or on the cloud. So we have this federated topology giving us a lot of flexibility to choose which part of the system we want to use on site and which part we want to use over the cloud. As well, that each parts of those servers can be back up the others. So we are talking about a very stable system. Generally, if we are trying to understand our big picture, so you can see. So most of our end customers are registered into our OpenSIPS proxy. From then, all the information going to the RabbitMQ new model that I'm going to talk about it a little further, into our so all the information going from here into the RabbitMQ, and then it's being distributed between all of the applications that need to know the state of each extension, and our node application that send it with Socket.io all the information to all of our clients. So we have our media gateway cluster that is being able to get each one of the calls. We do have some parts of the system that are dedicated for specific customers, but again, each of the customers can go for each one of the servers if needed. And we have our main database that everything is being written over there and is being mirroring and distributed to all of our data centers around the world. So we have, and last thing, we have the Genus gateway that's sitting here and giving us the ability to give very rich web RTC applications. If we are talking about queuing management, today not all calls are going only for, not all customers are coming to calls. The needs to have a distributed queue, not only of distributing the calls between servers, but distributing the calls between few channels. If we are talking about chats, if we are talking about videos, application, and more activities that can go inside the queue of an agent. One of the challenges that need to be done in such a centralized federated environment is dealing with the data. As I'm seeing it, it's the first level. We need to make sure that everybody knows everything by distributing the configuration. The second part will be to make sure that everybody knows about everyone else's state by distributing the event. And the third one will be to have a centralized log mechanism that correlates everything together and giving you a better picture about your system. If we are talking about provisioning the system, we are very user-oriented. So we are not hardware-oriented or switch-oriented. So each of the data is distributed all around the world by the permission that each user has. So if you have like a private server, you're not going to have any other user being able to connect there, but all the public one, everybody can connect them. So actually you can connect to the closer and reachable data center that you have from each one of the destination. And it doesn't really make any difference if I'm over here in Amsterdam or sitting in my office in Tel Aviv. Network management, one of the biggest challenges to make sure that the system is secured enough and being handled in the right way. One of the things that we are doing, we are using MikroTik router, if some of them you know about them. But actually it can be done with most of vendors. It's to have a script to auto-provision your network. So each time that the client have a new IP, each time that the client changing something inside its infrastructure, in a minute all of the firewalls and all of the servers have them in their IP tables and their firewalls. So the ability to doing all of those stuff are giving you the ability to serve thousands of customers all around, thousands of organizations all around, and still be able to secure it in a good way. Multi-tenant media gateway with smart resource manager. The ability, as the guys just presented yesterday, the ability to load balance the right way between the media gateways and understand what is the resource that each one has, and doing it not only by a very static way. It's one of the secrets to be able to control your cluster. Because if not each server acts the same way, and not each application need to be redirected to the same server. So if you are doing a smart resource manager, then you can get much better result. A little bit about microservice paradigm. Again, it's nothing really special. I don't think that anyone invented here something special, but it is a buzzword that everybody are saying in the last few years, and it's very important to understand that the ability to take your big shit and split it into those small little shitty applications that you don't even care about because there is 10 more like that, this is the ability to give a stable network. A little bit about doing LCR in a better way. One of our best advantage and motivation to work with HEPIC and collect all of the RTCP, and not only the RTCP, as you know, most of the providers don't tell you how shitty they are. So if you are looking for the RTCP in front of most of international calls, an A to Z provider, probably not going to find any. The QXIP guys made these terrific tools that call RTP agent that can sit on your network card, learn about the RTP, and actually generate by himself the RTCP. So in that way, you really can be able to generate a very accurate MOS score for each one of the calls, and then you can start managing your LCR by not only choosing the least cost, but also taking the best quality in the calculation. And actually we have like a different, each package of us has this ratio between how much the quality is important and how much the cost is important. And we are actually seeing that different clients need different approach over there, because if this is a call center that's calling to millions of customers that he want to sell for them something, and the cost of the calls is a very big part of his cost, then he will want very much going into the cost factor. But if you are having a customer that are getting into your site and you are paying hundreds of dollars for each one of those leads, you probably want to get the best quality that you can. Another very important thing that we are doing is the centralized provisioning of the phones. We are in shock of how much shitty configuration most of the phones are coming with, especially when we are talking about cloud. When you could not allow yourself the default 1 hour registration timeout or any other of those very wrong configuration that are coming with the defaults of most of the desktop. And more than that, a very big part of them are coming very compromised out of the factory. If you're looking about Yelling material phones, they are coming with the user that you can put whatever calls that you want, and if you only have HTTP access to the phone, then you can call wherever you want in the world. So it's very important to erase all the configuration, write them back on the phone. This is something that I wish that other people will do, and it will be some kind of a standard open source for having provisioned those desktop. Digium start doing those kinds of stuff in front of their phone, but I think we as community need to get around over there, because it doesn't make sense that each one of us need to parse and do all of the configuration for all of the vendors out there. We probably need to get some kind of a library or some kind of connector that giving us the ability to give one configuration and get for all the phones and make the vendors put in their templates there even before they are publishing their versions. So this is something that we are starting to work on, and if anyone wants to join us, more than welcome to talk to us. About the real-time data, who need those? Who are the customers who need it? So actually we have the base dashboards that need those kind of stuff. We have all of the presence awareness applications. So if we're talking about queue, if we're talking about dialer, we need to know when our agents are free. All of those kinds of applications are not being able to do in a distributed way if we're not having the ability to know what is the state of each one of the agents. Other usage that everybody wants, it's our pop-up when a call come in to have the screen of the customer coming up and all of those kinds of integration. We already have our built-in Chrome extension that giving you the ability just to put the URL string that you want to pop up and stuff like that. And we have our own JavaScript library that giving you the ability to put it in your application and get it all automatically. A little bit about RabbitMQ. Most of you probably know about it. We talked about it a few times already in the last few days. OpenSIP can easily integrate with RabbitMQ. As Bogdan promised us, the next step probably going to be RabbitMQ as a consumer, so we can send some comments through the RabbitMQ pipeline. But right now, what we are having is until from point 1.7, we had like a general event, so you could know what's going on the background of your system. From version 2.3, thanks to the OpenSIPS guys, we have our new RabbitMQ model. And as you see, it's very, 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 very easy to insert a new event to the from the routing plan. So you just make sure that you are on the right space on the configuration, and you can send whatever you want to the RabbitMQ and make whatever headers that you want. So this is a very, very important and cool feature that has been added in the last few versions. So a little bit about collecting too much data. Sometimes I could see that as much data that I gave to my customer support, as much that they didn't understand anything about it. The way of making the stuff a little bit more organized is making understand that there is no more CDR. The CDR is dying. There is the call data object that is much richer and giving us much more information about the call. So if it used to be very linear, very struct information about that we need to know about each one of our calls, we can see that we can learn much more from the quality of the call, from the behavior around all the queues and all the agent and everything. And those kinds of data are really helpful while you're trying to troubleshoot your system or to understand what the hell happened over here. As I was saying, we are a big fans of the HEPIC infrastructure. It's giving us the ability to really become a better provider, to get our staff, our first level support, get involved in more and more engineering stuff. That we were dreaming about the ability of getting a first level engineer doing the trace and getting the result in 20 seconds about a specific code. And those kinds of stuff are really helpful for us. And even more about it, it's giving us the ability to be more proactive. And we'll talk about it in a second. Last project that I'm going to talk about that we built together with the QXIP guys called Pastash. This is another version of like Logstash. It's giving us the ability to configure it in the same format with Logstash, but it's a very short-weight application based on Node.js. And the thing is that she's much more special for us as telephony guys. She knows how to do call correlation. She knows how to do many other stuff that the regular Logstash doesn't give us. And as I was saying about being proactive, you can analyze, especially when you're sending all of your data into Elasticsearch, you can analyze your SIP, ASR, traffic cost, and that's it, and more and more. A little bit about how to connect to our system. You can connect as a cloud solution. You can connect it as an hybrid one. You can put the media server inside your infrastructure and just get all of the management out of us. And it's very easy to connect. All what you need to do is sign up for our account. And actually, all what you need to do is open a SIP trunk between your PBX and our cloud. And then you can put the internal extension inside your PBX and connect them to this specific PBX that you just opened before. You just need to configure what is the caller ID and the way to call to those extensions, so we will know their status all of the way. All right, thank you very much, guys, for the pleasure.
Thank you very much, Shlomi. Now, if we have questions, let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
How do you maintain agent connectivity between when an agent is on a call and you have to fail over to another DC?
During the call, it's hard. We are still trying to figure it out how to do some kind of a cache to the RTP engine with the Redis implementation there. It's something that we are still working on it, but I didn't see anyone yet did it on the right way.
Yeah.
We are using our own, we are an ISP provider, so we are publishing our own IPs. So if a data center goes down in a few seconds, the IP moves to another data center.
Okay.
So
and the agent has to log in back again and things like that?
No. Okay. After 60 seconds of re-registering, it's already going to be registered, and the registrar's database is already being replicated to the other one. So It's pretty much...
So within 60 seconds does the RTP pick up again, or that needs to be re-established, all those calls?
Well, it's again, when the packet will arrive to the new data center, you're already going to know what is the registration socket in front of the client, so we already automatically will be able to do it.
Okay,
So,
what about the customers that are in the wait queue? Do they drop off? The customers that are waiting in queue, do they drop off if the data center goes down, or will they get transported to the new data center?
it's again, it depends. If the data center goes down totally, yeah, so the call is gone. But if the data center, if just the server of the agent or the agent are not be able to connect to this data center, then the agent will be registered to another one, and then it will be to our VPN going to the, over there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Shlomi, again. Now, our next speaker, we have David Duffett from Digium, and he will give us the Asterisk updates.
Een balletje doorgekomen.
Am I on? All right, sorry about this. I think I'm going to have to go through in this mode rather than presentation mode. But I'm very grateful to be here. It's my very first OpenSIPS Summit, and it's a pleasure to be here. It's really exciting for me to be here, and I want to just talk a little bit about Asterisk, as you'd expect. It's been very pleasant in virtually everybody's presentation. They make reference to Asterisk because it's been out there for so long, and everybody has either used it, or is using it, or has started on it. But first, I just wanted to get to know the audience better, since this is like the first time I've spoken at OpenSIPS Summit, and so I have a special method for doing that. By the way, I should point out, before we carry on, that I'm not a software engineer. I'm very enthusiastic about Asterisk. I love Asterisk, but I'm not a software engineer. So if at the end of the presentation you have detailed questions, I can take them, I can give them to my colleagues in the Asterisk dev team, but the likelihood is I'm probably not going to be able to answer them. I'm just trying to manage some expectations. Anyway, in order for us to get to know each other a lot better, if you could just clasp your hands like this in front of you, please. This is an audience participation thing. Is everybody doing this? Okay, so immediately you notice that you've either got your left thumb or your right thumb on top, right? Who are the left thumbers? Put your hands up if you're a left thumber. Have a good look around at the left thumbers, very importantly, because the left thumbers are the sexy people in the audience. Very nice. Okay, so who was a right thumber? Now keep your hands up, have a good look around at the right thumbers, because do you know what? They think they're the sexy people in the audience. Okay, but fortunately, this talk will apply to both classes, or both. Okay, so there's a guy called Joe Saber in the US of A. He said you don't have to be great to start, but you do have to start to be great. And one of the people, well, should we get rid of Angie for a minute though? We don't want Angie distracting us. One of the people that started things was Mark Spencer, of course, wasn't it? Back in 1999, he started the Asterisk Project. He didn't know quite what he was letting himself in for at the time. Originally, you probably heard this story, he wanted to create a telephone system for his own Linux support service. But he invented Asterisk to do that, and it took on a life of its own. I won't spend a lot of time talking about Mark, but there's somebody else I wanted to mention, and it seems a strange thing to do at a SIP gathering, to mention Jim Dixon. Who's heard of Dude? How many people have heard of Dude? Okay, so Dude is the guy that created the Zapata telephony project. That was the project that created, effectively, open source telephony cards. This was a long time ago. The reason for mentioning this is that Dude, of course, gave us a lot. Sadly, Dude passed away earlier this year. And so the guy that had that foresight, the guy that understood that one day all your telephony needs could be met on the host processor, and you only needed some little bits of hardware to get the phone calls into the host processor, is now sadly no longer with us, but of course he leaves a very, very great legacy. And in the early days of Digium, it was actually selling a lot of Dude's cards that buoyed up Digium financially. So he's a much bigger part of the picture than one might think. I just need to get myself a little drink here quickly. Could you just pour me a drink then, please? Thank you very much. Yeah, so Dude will be, we'll have something about that at Astricon, but sadly Dude passed away recently. And that was his creation, the Tormentor card. Tormentor Spanish for big storm, because he knew that he was going to create quite a big storm. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Okay, so Asterisk 13. Asterisk has been around a long time, and maybe you're somebody that looked at Asterisk 10 years ago, or maybe even longer ago, and you found that Asterisk did certain things, maybe it had certain limitations. Of course, over the years, Asterisk has grown in terms of its architectural maturity, and at Asterisk 12, we should really have called it Asterisk 2.0, but the numbering scheme had already kind of been a bit ruined. And so we had to call it Asterisk 12. But Asterisk 12 was a major architectural rewrite for Asterisk. Lots of things changed, including the big news, the new SIP stack, PJ-SIP, that's inside Asterisk. If you're already using Chan SIP in Asterisk, that's still there. Over time, I'm sure that will kind of fade away, because Chan SIP is a marvellous thing, but remember that Mark Spencer created that code back in 1999, and it's remained this rather large monolithic chunk of code. And so what happens is if you tinker with something up here, you might break something down here. It's not particularly modular, in fact it's not modular. And so by the implementation of PJ-SIP, we added in something that was much, much more modular in its nature, much more compatible and much easier to deal with. The new API, as well called the ARI, or the Asterisk RESTful Interface, was also introduced in Asterisk 12. Asterisk 12, of course, was a standard release. You know, you get the standard release and the LTS releases. And so Asterisk 13 is the current LTS, the current long-term support release. And of course a new bridging model. All of those were in Asterisk 13. Last year at Astricon we released Asterisk 14. And Asterisk 14 built on top of Asterisk 13 but had these additional things. Quite a major DNS overhaul. And I've already heard people in the room saying that they appreciated that and it made their lives easier. The ability to publish extension states to some other SIP entity, playback of media from a remote server, enhanced media manipulation, and ARI channel creation in a much more sophisticated way. And by the way, if you want the technical details of these, I strongly suggest you go to wiki.asterisk.org. That's a great place. It's full of actual content written by the actual software engineers, both Digium and the open source community that are doing this, and there's a lot of good stuff there. Very often when I'm trying to do something, I'll find myself emailing or getting on chat with the Asterisk development team, and they'll kindly refer me to the wiki page that I should have been looking at in the first place, and it usually has a tutorial and a guide for exactly what I'm needing. For example, if you wanted to use Asterisk with WebRTC, there's a tutorial on how to set that up. So, just looking in a little bit more depth at that particular thing, the publishing of presence information to another SIP entity, because I thought that one might be most relevant for this kind of audience. We can now publish that state to any external entity using the standard SIP publish method. And there's an example there. I apologise for the formatting, I'm not entirely sure what happened there. But you get the idea of what can be achieved. Why would you want to do that? Well, it removes the state from Asterisk. So you can actually have that state elsewhere. It improves things in terms of scalability because you're able to put that extension state into a different place. And the offloading of that subscription management means that you can do it in your preferred place. You're not forced to do it inside Asterisk anymore. The supported body types are the dialog, info, and XML, PIDF and XML, and XPIDF and XML formats. And in terms of a configuration, in etc asterisk on your machine, in that subdirectory in pjsip.conf, you would have something along these lines to make that happen. And in users.conf, you can set up auto hinting. So in the old days, you'd have to go there and actually create a hint for each extension state you wanted to monitor. These days, when you've got auto hint, you can just set that on. So that's just a little bit about one of the nice new things in Asterisk 14. So what can I connect, or what can you connect Asterisk with? Well, OpenSIPS, as you'd guess, and there's lots of people making good use of that. Asterisk again. In last year's Astricon, we had a very interesting talk called Fronting Asterisk with Asterisk, where a guy was actually talking about using Asterisk as a front end to other Asterisk, like a farm of Asterisk. Of course, people also use OpenSIPS for that very purpose. And the people that have been working on that in the Digium team are Josh Culp and Kevin Harwell, and they've been working very hard on making sure that that's all in and working nicely. So, as I was saying, the Asterisk Wiki is a great place to go for all of these different things. If you're wondering about what's new in Asterisk 13 and 14, just searching that on the wiki will reveal very in-depth pages about that, and there's lots of child pages on each individual thing that's added. Just a quick show of hands, how many people are using Asterisk 13 or 14 at this stage? Quite a few hands. How about 11? Few more hands up there. Any old 1.8ers out there? 1.8, excellent. We're having an honesty session now. I won't go all the way back to 1.2, but I'm sure there's probably some of those in the room as well.
Alex is using 1.4.
Okay, great. All right, so I wanted to sort of change gears a little bit. As I said, I'm not the world's most technical person, and I will put an email address up at the end if you've got any detailed technical questions. But as you know, in the world of Linux, we've got Ubuntu, haven't we? And that Ubuntu is an ancient African word, meaning I can't be bothered to configure Debian, as you know. Actually, it means humanity, really, doesn't it? I want to change gears a little bit and talk about the humanity of the whole situation. And I wanted to ask how we all learn. How do we learn? What's it? You know, when you're very, very young and you go to the the first kind of school you go to. What is that? Which one?
What other do? I mean, you look at what other people do and you try to replicate what they're doing.
You fall down and then you know what not to do.
Yeah, and if you fall down, you're encouraged to get up, aren't you? The way most people learn is by playing. And what we've got in the open source community is the power to play. You know, if you were looking for something to experiment with, it would not be a $30,000 PBX, would it? It would not be a $50,000 SIP router. In the world of open source, we're actually giving people the power to play. And in doing so, all kinds of learning happens, and what that leads to is much more creative solutions. And I just wanted to talk about 3 different things where Asterisk has been used that I came across recently that I was amazed at. This one's actually a bit of an older one. Some of you may have heard of this, a bicycle-powered Asterisk in Africa. This has been around a while. Of course, you could probably bicycle power a Mitel PBX, couldn't you, or an LG PBX, but people just don't do those kind of creative solutions. Because Asterisk and all these other open source technologies are available freely, it puts them into that band of technologies that people can experiment with. So that brought communications to remote communities in Africa where they didn't even have electricity on a full-time basis. So there's a story of hope there. And by the way, I understand that same solution was also used after the earthquake in Haiti as well. So a real humanitarian story. Also, that special gift of encouragement. Over in Georgia, in the US of A, these are prisoners from a correctional facility, and somebody had the great idea of using Asterisk to create a call centre for these people to use and these people to operate to actually get them back into gainful employment and reduce the re-offending rate, because you know prisoners tend to go into prison and they can come back out sort of tutored in more crime. These people have been tutored in the use of Asterisk-based call centre, and it's proving to be a story of encouragement for them. And also the gift of inspiration. Over in, I think this is Poland, then Jacob Klauser from SS7 Technologies implemented an Asterisk-based system in a coal mine, good old analog phones in the elevators and different things for the coal mine. And you can see that there was a bit of an accident, and you can see that there was a little bit of trouble with that particular phone there. There was a lot of trouble, but Asterisk acted or was used in that mission critical environment and literally saved a life. So that's a lovely humanitarian thing. So in this open source community, whether it be OpenSIPS, whether it be Asterisk, whether it be FreeSwitch, whether it be Camilio, whether it be Yate, all of these different things are giving people the power to play. And you guys, in having that power to play, are creating many, many more creative solutions than you would have done in a proprietary environment. So, Asterisk and these other technologies fosters growth as people come to deliver the next generation of real-time communications solutions. Asterisk can act as a dynamic media server within that framework for scalable and resilient systems, and in partnering with other projects like OpenSIPS for aggregation and for scalability and resilience, things like Homer for diagnostics, things like Docker for containerization and rapid deployment, you can see that we're all making a difference. So I also want to tell you about Astricon. I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I didn't tell you about Astricon. We will again have the OpenSIPS guys at Astricon. Peter Kelly, who you saw present earlier, has presented at Astricon, and there's usually an OpenSIPS event, one side of Astricon or the other. And our Astricon this year is in October, the 3rd to the 5th, over in Orlando. If you'd like to speak, then get in touch via astricon.net. We're also looking for exhibitors and any kind of participation. We also have that thing that you've probably heard of called dangerous demos, where people get 3 minutes to demonstrate something very dangerous. Now, something very dangerous could be dangerous in terms of it may or it may not work, but more recently it's been danger in terms of physical danger. with Asterisk-based missile launchers, Asterisk-based drones. And you know what it's like in an audience like this with a drone? It's like taking a puppy to a girl's party, isn't it? All over it, with these kind of things. Okay, so please do consider coming along to Astricon. I also wanted to mention Digium phones. Wouldn't be quite right if I didn't mention the Digium phones. Only phones in the world designed specifically to work with Asterisk. They're standard SIP, but they have some extra goodies when used with a properly configured Asterisk. How many Mac people are there in the audience? Mac people? A few Mac people. So you know when you want to add a printer to your Mac, it uses a protocol called Bonjour, multicast DNS, and you say, I want to add a printer, and the Mac goes, and it sniffs out the printers, doesn't it? It says, oh, I found these 3 printers, you know, which one did you want to add? And you click on it, okay? Well, in the case of the phones here, a Digium phone will come onto the network and it'll sniff about for an Asterisk via a multicast DNS, or in Linux, Avadi is the protocol that's been used, and it can find all of the different Asterisk servers on the network, and then it will say, well, which one of these Asterisks do you want me to connect to? When it connects to that Asterisk, it will say, oh, that Asterisk has actually got 23 extensions. Which one would you like me to be? And then the provisioning takes place securely over SIP. So it's not sending plain text or XML files over HTTP or TFTP, although they can do that. They can work in exactly the same way you'd expect any other phone to work. But more than that, you can do this SIP more secure way of configuring. And I would point out that anytime you buy a Digium product, of course, that's putting Asterisk money towards the ongoing advancement of the Asterisk project. And that phone in the middle there, that's the newest one, that's a 100% touchscreen phone with an end user price of just over $300. So perhaps one of the first lower priced 100% touchscreen phones there. So those are the Digium phones. All right, the other thing I wanted to say is, I know we have these different events and different technologies, but I did also want to point out that we're all on the same side, aren't we? Whether you're an OpenSIPS person, or a FreeSwitch person, or an Asterisk person, or a Command person, some people use all 4 of those projects. Whatever you are, we're all in the open source communications community. And now I personally love going on to ClubeCon in the US of A, the FreeSwitch event, and we have the FreeSwitch people come along in our open source showcase at Astricon. First time last year, and did it work out well, Kathleen?
It did, it was great.
Worked out pretty well, so we're all kind of coming together here, and so that's what one of the messages I wanted to give, is that we're all on that same side. So, being in charge of all these creative solutions and being able to make pretty much anything we want to make from this technology, I wanted to leave you with a quote from a guy called Zig Ziglar. He said, you can have anything in life that you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want. And that's exactly what we do in the realm of communications. These tools, like OpenSIPS, like Asterisk, like FreeSwitch, like Kamado, have enabled us to put together amazing solutions and meet needs that previously had either been far too expensive to meet or just impossible to meet. So, I believe that from all of this community we've received a lot, and I would ask, just in general terms, what can we give? That's the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I have to say that was a sensational presentation, at least I really enjoyed it. If we have questions, just as a note, please, no technical questions.
Yeah, well, you can try your technical ones, but...
Okay, let's take a try.
Is there, my name is Jöran. Is there a planning of a better queue engine in Asterisk?
Okay. The old app queue trouble. Okay, the question was, is there plans for better queue? I think everybody knows that app queue doesn't work as well as it could or it should. And there is talk of that. I don't know of any solid plans to do it, but what I would say is that using the ARI, the Asterisk RESTful interface, you now have links into the middle of Asterisk, the Asterisk engine, so deep that you can create your own app queue. So I know that's not a perfect answer for you, but that's what some people are going out there and doing, is creating their own business logic and then diving in. Previously, if you worked with something like the AMI, the Asterisk Manager Interface, you effectively were coming in and touching the very edge of Asterisk, or using AGI, of course, you were on this edge of Asterisk. But now that we've got the ARI, the Asterisk RESTful Interface, people can come in and deeply connect at the level to create their own applications. And so, though I don't know of Digium or a project to create a new app queue, I do know parties that are actually writing their own.
Is there also one open source? Is there also one open source available already?
I beg your pardon?
Is there also already one open source available on GitHub?
On the app queue?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, by the RESTful API.
Yeah, oh yeah, there are lots of examples of stuff via RESTful API on GitHub. In fact, I believe there's also a separate list for people that are doing ARI applications as well.
Hey there, thanks for good presentation. My non-technical question is, are we going to have Asterisk 20 after Asterisk 19 or Asterisk 100 after that?
Yeah, that's anybody's guess really. But it was a bit of a
Bump it
strange...
up, make it 1,000.
It was a bit... I was thinking the other day, Asterisk is 18 years old this year, and I was thinking, wouldn't it be easier to just call it how old it is? Asterisk 18, Asterisk 19. But what happened was when they got from 1.8, somebody thought it would sound silly to say 1.10, which would have been the next release. And so they decided, in their wisdom, to call it 10. And you point out an interesting issue, the broken numbering model. I'm afraid I don't know the answer. We'll just keep on rolling. But I can tell you that to expect Asterisk 15 this year. There will be an Asterisk 15. Okay, by the way, if you want to take note of my email address, if you do have any deeply technical questions you want to send them to me, I will try and get those answered for you. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Oh, do you want to wait for the mic?
When is the release date of 15?
That's a good question. These things usually coincide with Astricon, so around October. I can't give you anything more precise than that. But of course, at the moment, you can go to GitHub and get the very, very latest version 14 while you're waiting.
Okay, any other questions? No? Let's give applauses. Now, there is a 30 minutes coffee break, so please enjoy it. Please be back at 4 p.m., right? So roughly 25 minutes from now.
Je kan twee maken. Je kan gewoon een curriculum
È un miracolo se si arriva a quello della grande azienda e non quello dell'aziendina a cui la grande azienda ha passato un lavoro. Perché ora va anche No, I prefer to stay there. Just for simplicity. Is this?
So here we have Michel with us, talking about let me see, VoIP at University
of Siena.
Siena.
I work at the University of Siena. It's quite difficult to talk about something interesting after 2 heavy days of very interesting talks. But I try to have your attention and to engage your curiosity. Okay, I work at the University of Siena. If there is some question, some information after the talk, you can write me this email freely, don't worry. I try to reply as soon as possible. Okay, 5 years ago at the University of Siena, I found this. Maybe someone know what I'm talking for. This is an old legacy Ericsson Meridian 110. We have 16 of these PBX installed in our institution in 16 different places all around the city and 3 outside the city in 2 different locations. We have 3 islands of build. We had 3 islands built on Ericsson MD 110. 1 in Siena, 1 in Arezzo, 1 in Grosseto. 13 links only in Siena, 2 in Arezzo, 1 in Grosseto. 6 primary lines, 4 in Siena, 1 in Arezzo, 1 in Grosseto, and 3 different area codes. That's one of the big challenge I have to fight. But we have a wide area network for the entire university. So why don't use the data networks also for the telephone systems? This is the past. 3 different contexts. They call crowd PSTN with expenses when they call each together. So 5 years ago, I had to face with the VoIP challenge at the University of Siena. The first is to choose which VoIP systems. I get some points, some base points for my choice. I wish to have some free software, heavily based on SIP standards, no custom, no strange protocols, just plain SIPs. It will be stable, carrier grade system, and able to support more than 2,000 WAC user agent clients. 2000 is our phone system length. Not very big, not so small. I want something that modular and expandable in design. Do less but do it well. New philosophy. Straight configuration, simple to understand and change. Highly documented and more important, with an activity community behind. What I feel very excited about OpenSIPS is the mailing list. If I got an issue, if I have a trouble, I wrote on the mailing list, and some of the fantastic OpenSIPS guys reply in a few hours or almost 1-2 days. That's a great, it's very good. Okay, so I have to prepare for the migration because I have 2,000 users, 2,000 employments that don't want to change its behavior, that they don't want to change anything. They have its old phones, and only the change of the phones of the terminal was a problem. They are scared about the VoIP phones. Whoa, what is this with those lines? There is a display, whoa! So I have to be very, very careful. So we have to prepare the context. We choose to create a VLAN, a separate VLAN only for VoIP data, traffic and signaling. We define a new ranges for the network. We own inside, of course, the privacy ranges. And we need to prepare the server. We own a VMware cluster, so we choose to have some virtual servers. At the moment, we have 3 virtual servers, not so big, 2 GB of RAM, 2 GHz CPU, 20 GB of hard disk, it's enough. One for OpenSIPS, that's the core of the VoIP system. One for the Asterisk, that can actually act as a media server for the media services, and another server for MySQL as DBMS and for web frontend. But the real challenge is to prepare the old legacy PSTN for the VoIP. I don't want to use new numbers, so I have first to free a reasonably big number range, and then use this range for the VoIP context, using a gateway to interconnect the legacy system with VoIP 1. So I chose the numeric 100 numbers just to start, and we bought some Phantom gateways to connect the old Ericsson PBX with the OpenSIPS server. But we need to keep the basic service in order to avoid any inconvenience. Users don't want to change his behavior. So also the migration of the numbers take me almost 2 years of work. I have to move all the users in the numeric ranges I choose for VoIP to the legacy numeric ranges, and then start creating a new VoIP accounts on the new range. Here is the actual system. We still have, of course, our Meridian in Siena, but I have complete the migration for Arezzo and for Grosseto. For Grosseto, we bought a trunk over EP because they are very few phones. And for Arezzo, we keep the old PSTN, and we bought another media gateway, another pattern, smaller but another pattern. And in Siena we have two patterns and redundancy for to keep redundancy and to have 60 channels between VoIP and the legacy system, because all calls from VoIP to PSTN or to all the legacy phones pass through the old PBs. This was a nice choice, but the best. At the end of the migration, I shut off the Meridian and directly connect the pattern to the primaries we have there. Okay, the big challenge was the routing. We have multiple endpoints, multiple outgoing points. So, I need to keep the same numeration, 4-digit numeration for all phones, legacy and new VoIP phones, and the dual plane module and the dynamic routing modules help me a lot. I use the plane modules to with the regular expressions to detect if a number is inside VoIP or inside the legacy world. So if is a number in the VoIP world, I get VoIP inside the AVP desk. If it's a legacy call, I have legacy inside the AVP desk. And the same is for the national call that I detect with the 0 in the front. The user should do to select a call for the outside, and I have some another rules for the trunk over EP that we have, also for international and for mobile calls. Okay, so I talk about the multiple input-output points. I already say about the PSTN to VoIP gateways, about the VoIP trunk. We also connect directly to via Inam, in 164, 100, and also we use VoIP phones, soft phones, VoIP phones, both software and physical phones. To detect if a call is from gateway from the trunk for the enum or for VoIP phones, I use check address and get source group from permission module, and is from user enum for the enum module, of course, obviously, to detect the enum calls. What about Asterisk? I use Asterisk for all media services context like the university need. For example, IWAR, QO, virtual faxes. Yes, we still use faxes. Voicemail, dynamic QOs, for example, for the office, for the student offices, but also for the fallback handler. It's not trivial. I choose to have, in case of non-existent or not registered extensions, to give the caller a voice error and not the simple busy or unavailable tone. Just to have a distinction between busy extension and non-existent extensions. But I plan to shut off the voice error handler as soon as possible. It's quite trivial. The connection between OpenSIPS and Asterisk is very similar to tutorial you can find on OpenSIPS website, but I use DB aliases to have a dynamic way to create media services. Just creating an alias with some height label in the front of the number, I can have IGOR, faxes, PO, and so on, simply using a database. I had a row in the DB aliases database, and immediately in real time I have the new media service on. On extension is quite easy. In the deal plane of Asterisk context, you have to do the trunk, obviously. I have the setup of the media services. Okay, the big part was the front end. All the work about the phone system and the migration is under myself. I'm alone. So I have to automatize as lot as possible. So I decided to build a self-made front end to let the users do by itself some basic operation, like set up call forward, call do not disturb, for example, but they do by phone, check its call logs, and so on. I also decide to build a self-made front-end because at our university we have an employee database system with all data about each employer, and also an LDAP for authentication. So I build a web interface we'll see later with Bootstrap. Everyone can visit voip.nisu.it. It's a public website. The system is deeply linked, so I fetch data from the other database we have, and I create an automatic provisioning system for the phones. When we bugged the physical VoIP phones, I want something that I just write the MAC address, assign the MAC address to the user, and just plug into the network plug, and it's all. So I have to build something deeply interconnected with employee database and SIP accounts database. I also change simply the OpenSIPS database structure, adding more columns to the DB to some DBs. The provisioning works via DHCP, TFTP server, and then HTTP and HTTPS using the unique MAC address. In this way, I can assign multiple accounts to the same phone, or in most cases, just one account per phone. Okay, why do you reinvent the well? The reasons are the main reasons is to build a system around we already have. We already have this database with all data, so there is no reason to bug someone closed and then pay to change and to interconnect with the system. And we decide to use the agile way. So I have a basic system and it's still in developing. If the users ask me for some new services or for other needs, I can simply work and add them to the system without to call other outside factories or professionals. And moreover, we can contribute to the open source community, releasing in the public our codes. We also develop some innovative services like a Telegram bot that is directly connected with our phone directory, phone book directory. And we also use the Telegram bot to inform the users about network outages or for the maintenance needs. If there is some problems, we just enter a message inside our alert system and it's shown on the website and also sent to the user via the Telegram bot. Is used. Inside the system, I build some tools to check what's going on our OpenSIPS server. For example, here I have all calls in real time with the state. It's just a location table dump, nothing more. Just to have a quick overview of what's going on in the server. I also have for each account the domain, the owner, the office it belongs, a note if needed, and the unique URI of the terminal. If there is any issue, I have the IP so I can check directly also on the VoIP terminal of the users, and some other information and tools to make changes to the phone in real time. Yes. Should be interesting how I enable users to do calls. I decided to create groups and assigned users to groups. One group for the local calls, group for the national, group for the mobile, group for the international. And for each call, I simply check if a users belong to the groups that was enabled to do that call. For example, a user just simply want to do an international call on the OpenSIPS scripts, just check if that users belong to the international group. Easy and efficient. We also have, this is the user overview. This is my overview of my account. I logged in the system via the LDAP authentication system, and I have in real time what are the phones assigned that belongs to me with the Mac, the model, the name, username, the line that is configured on, and the last update of the phones, just to check if the phone is on or not, and all the numbers that belongs to me. Because I have to cope, I remember, also with the old legacy system. With this way, I have all the numbers on the Ericsson and the new numbers of the VoIP context. Other services. The boss secretary, yes, I know, it looks strange, but in Italy is very common. It's very common. And I have to invent it by myself, because I don't found this, I don't found this, okay. We see later, because it's nice. Anonymous call blockage. This is per user's request. Users can choose if they want to receive or not anonymous calls. Okay, the normal service is conditional and blink call forward, users a global blacklist, presents a subscribe with the blink LED fields directly on the phones, and the TLS to encrypt our signaling and traffic with SRTP. This is how Boss Secretary works in my context. Yes, I know it's not the best solution, but it works. So it's enough for me. When Bob wants to call the boss, simply dial the boss phone number. But OpenSIPS check if Bob have the ticket. I call ticket. If Bob have no ticket, simply redirect the calls to the secretary, the gatekeeper, a call gatekeeper, Alice. So the call was to Alice, and the Alice phone rang. Alice and Bob talks. Yes, I need to talk with the boss. Please. So Alice simply do a forward of the call. So use the refer message, and the Bob phones, and in the same moment, OpenSIPS raise a ticket using set dialog flags. I remember dialog flags are persistent in the whole dialog. So, in the invite, the Bob phone send to the boss. OpenSIPS simply check if the dialog flag, if the ticket is there, and yes, if it's there, the call is passed to the boss phone, and the boss responds. It's not the most elegant solution, but still works well, so why not? At the end, some checks. We have a talk a few hours ago about the security of the VoIP system. It's very hard to take care about the security of our VoIP system, but I'm a lucky boy because it's an internet system. I don't care about billing because it's just the same institution. Our network is all on Giga, so I have no speed issue. Our employer are good. They don't try to hack our system, almost for the moment. So the checks is a daily reports about the number of incoming outgoing cards, just to do some statistical reports. Yes, I know we are trying, Homer, to do the same things well, but it's a work in progress. We check all calls to or from disabled numbers. This is especially for the legacy parts, because I disable on the management system, but maybe I forget to disable on the Ericsson PBX. I did a simple check if the contemporary calls throughout the media gateways are going to the upper limits. So the system sent me an email, hey, there is a lot of calls, so check. Changes on the employment database to try to keep a linear about the phone assignments and the employer. When I employed move, check if they bring its phone with you. Or in the case of the retired employers, if they return back to me his phone. We use Monitor to keep demons up. We use fail to ban to try to knock out who try to do brute force attacks to our system. I still use the pipe module, but I have to tune with care because sometimes pipe module lockouts regular users that just trying to do a lot of calls in the same times. It happens. We are trying to do some heuristic checks using Elasticsearch and some module, but still on planning. I have to do this with other guys that manage the database system, and I already said Homer. So that's all. Try to give you an overview. If there is some questions about I did, here I am. Thanks for the attention.
You have any questions out here?
I just want to ask what kind of in-app service you use to interconnect with in-app?
Yeah, I forgot. As a university in Italy, we are on GAR. We have a particular internet provider dedicated to the university and the public institution that was called GAR, and so we use the GAR by
for in-app.
Yes, for in-app.
It comes from Pisa.
Yes, it comes from Pisa.
Any other questions? Put them up? No? Okay, let's get another round of applause. Thank you very much. Next up, we've got Suzanne from DIDX.
Okay, next time.
So, I don't know if anyone's noticed some of these really cool prizes over here. Anyone got their eye on anything particular? Other than this, which belongs to me? Got a fishing jacket over here. Who fishes in here? So you got your eye on it, huh, Norman?
I do.
Okay, everybody box Norman out. You see him get a ticket in his hand. Take it away. So we're almost to the end here for today. How's everyone doing? Yeah? Can feel it, that energy. Wow! We're almost to the end. We're going to let you go soon. Looks like you're all begging for it. Except for the people that raised their hands in the back. That's right. You are my energy crew.
Yeah, just put the mute switch.
Having some trouble there, huh, Bogo? Stick to set, buddy. But your thing worked before, didn't it?
I can at least go ahead and get started talking to you guys. I'm Suzanne Bowen, and I was just wondering, have any of you ever met me before today? I was just, ain't nobody? One in the back, David Duffett, thank you. Giovanni, you know me.
I know.
So I'm here because I'm a curious person. And I taught English 25 years, and I wanted education to be meaningful and fun. And in 1995, I discovered something called an internet phone, a little software that you could use on your desktop. And wow, students who normally did not want to come to school and never did their homework suddenly started wanting to come to school. Because they met people all over the world, all types of people, families, businesses, engineers. Their education, it's just kind of like, you know how it is, you want learning to be meaningful and fun. It should not be, hey, here's what you need to memorize and you can forget it tomorrow. So that's why I'm here. And in 1999, I started a company with Rehan Alawala, Super Technologies. We were selling this super phone. I was thinking like we should have an action figure, right? And you know, it did okay, especially in India and Pakistan. And we also, prior to that, I was a reseller of Vonage, and I met with the Vonage guys over here. We had some really interesting conversations. Believe it or not, I actually went to Mumbai and gave some workshops and demos about how to use the Vonage box to make your calls cheaper, you know, and start talking more with your family and all those other VIPs around the world. So the topic that I want to talk about today is trust. And the reason why I thought of trust is more and more I see where the old way of communications, where like at home you had a phone with a jack into the wall, and sometimes there was a party line and you wanted to listen into other people's conversations, right? But still, it was something that we all trusted, whether it was your own personal residential family line or a business. If you wanted to get in touch with your favorite business, okay, and you call and the phone line is not working, you're not thinking, oh, it must be a political activist jamming the line, or, well, you know, telephony is down sometimes, let me try again in a couple of minutes. So people really trusted in it, and you know, I don't have all the background knowledge in the application that y'all have, but I do know that I feel that back then, and even now, one reason people want to hang on to that is that they feel more trust in it. Most of it is something they can see. You know, digital feels like something you can't see. And so, for example, DIDs. Now, the topic of my presentation, if you look on the paper, it says VoIP less, did less, versus VoIP more and did more. And I was just thinking about the old world and the new world and how that was still hanging on to some of the old way. And for example, the DID, the phone number, even when we all pick up our phone, we don't look at people's phone numbers when we're going to call them. We look at their face, or we look at some icon, some little thing, some handle that they have. And sometimes you don't even get in touch with each other with a phone. You're using your device, you're using IRC or your Xbox or whatever. So, but even so, people still want to hang on to. Even so, people still want to hang on to their the idea of the DID. Even e-commerce sites. Does it work yet? That's okay. That's okay. Even e-commerce sites, or like when I go to my local favorite retail, Burlington. More and more, I feel that I'm being validated by my phone number. Am I who I say I am? I'm going to get a text or a voice call with a code, or somebody live will actually call me to make sure I am who I am. So even e-commerce is realizing how that people trust the DID, they trust the phone number. I don't really know if that's something that is okay, because I know that people use phone numbers, DIDs, to pretend to be somebody that they're not. And just like 2 days ago when I was talking to a friend of mine in my neighborhood about the topic I was going to present on, she said, well, you know, that makes sense to me, because if someone calls me and I see it's a 1-800 number, or restricted or some weird thing like that, I don't answer it. I don't feel trust in it. 1-800, that means they may not be where they say they are, you know? And so what she said she trusts most is, you know, the traditional number, you know, your country code, your MPA, your NXX, and so forth. Of course, she didn't put it in those words. And so I was thinking about, I hope you don't mind if I look at my notes occasionally. I've covered much of it, but I was thinking about Bob Seger's song, We No Longer Have to Feel Like a Number. As I mentioned a moment ago, it's usually your name, email address, or a quirky handle that everybody knows you by. Old school numeric DIDs are actually for sale now. And I admit that the company I started in 1999 with Rehan Alawala, we evolved into a DID, wholesale DID phone number clearinghouse aggregator, because that seemed to be the need for other people, you know, other companies. And before I move on, I just wanted to let Ali just come over here just for a second. He's going to explain in 2 minutes a little bit about DIDX. He's one of my colleagues. I'm very proud of him, and he makes lots of money. Anyway.
Hello guys. So basically, DIDX first started as a small-time company, and you know, to start off, we needed to have numbers. So when we went to the big shots to get the numbers, but their pricing were hot since they were monopolizing every single number that they have and offering numbers for, you know, thousands of dollars. So what actually happened is that DIDX thought that why don't we bring in all these SIP providers into one marketplace and build our own kind of a SIP provider marketing network, so that anyone who has DID numbers or any unused numbers can put them on DIDX and start selling them and making a profit on the unused numbers. Plus, you can also buy numbers from DIDX, which has approximately 130 country numbers, which includes India, Pakistan, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and even the Caribbean as well. So DIDX wants to expand more and more to get more numbers for different countries so that anyone can get connected here.
Thank you. All right. So, and when I say he makes lots of money, it's because I give my paycheck to him now. All right. Our industry, because of developers and engineers like you, and I think curious people like me, evangelists, entrepreneurs, we've helped to drive the cost down, but still we are hanging on to the DID from the old world. And it's not necessarily bad. It's kind of like birds. Aren't they related to the dinosaurs? They're still around. We love them, right? We need them for different reasons. So, but one thing we've hung on to from the 1970s, as mentioned, is the DID. I was thinking, when was the last time you got an email from a Nigerian prince? The one that needed to transfer money to a bank in your country. I don't even know if I get them because all of the spam goes into something that I never look at, you know? My husband's the only person I know that reads his spam. Do you read your spam? Wow, I sit there and watch him, I go, wow, I can't believe you have time to read your spam. Once in a while, he finds something really important. So anyway, but for now, like I mentioned, in all of my email servers that I use, my spam goes into something else, and I just don't take time to do it. Okay, what I like about my presentation, it's very organic. I made it myself. It's nothing special, but it has some really neat pictures in it. And so to get us up to this point, a lot of you may know Greg. He's what you call a serial entrepreneur in the middle. He is not invested in DIDX, nothing like that. But he's such a great friend to our company. And the guy on the right and left worked with me. The one on the right is Abdullah, and the one on the left is Asim. Some of you may know Asim pretty well because he deals with a lot of DIDX members. So we were talking about in the beginning, the old way, you know, before Cheap Fiber, originally funded by the Cold War, version 1.0. First thing I could think of about this VoIPless dig was I could just think of this guy. What's his name? He's from IT Crowd, Richmond? I don't know if y'all watch that, but I could just see him going, "'Twas a VoIPless, digless world." You know, with all that makeup on. But anyway, in infrastructure we trust, And for everyday people that I talked to a little bit about this presentation, and they said, yes, because back then you could see what it was. Whereas now, we don't know what it is. It's something out there in a different level, a different dimension, it feels like. So the social gestalt seems like did equal trust. I can see it, so it's real. That's my granddaughter, and she asked to put this picture in my presentation because she said, this is a dinosaur from the past. And so it's built into the system, as you can see. And MLK Jr. is somebody I really respect, so I put him up there. And actually, he was going to be up there when we got to the part where I mentioned when the phone call didn't go through, you weren't thinking, oh, it might be a political activist trying to jam the call. So the transition from here, let's see if I got it. Oh, we got to look at these pictures too. I was thinking about the two famous commercials, one from 1986, quality so good you can hear a pin drop. Then in 2017, they're still saying, can you hear me now? You know, even now Gen cell carriers are using voice over IP, or now and soon to be voice over LTE. I don't know why I just thought of, help me remember his name. What's his name? Tim Panton. Thought of him when I was doing this slide, so I said, I got to throw a picture of him in there. He just got that look, you know. In VoIP we trust, or do we? I can just see him saying that, asking that. And here's a favorite picture of mine. One of many of you guys' mentor, Bogdan, and his friend, and my friend, Camillo Zacconi. I think he's Italian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wish he was here. And we were just talking about Bob Seger, that line, I feel like a number. I just put this here because I came up with this idea one time about DIDs and phone numbers, about how different people relate to them. And a friend of mine who's really, really young in our company, who says, you know, digits, that's what a guy asks a girl for, but it's a DID, it's a phone number. And then, of course, phone number is what we put on our business cards, but then DIDs is what the industry calls them. But you know, more and more, everyday people are knowing what a DID is. I think my dad knew what it was. But of course I was into that, and he would like walk up to people and tell them these big long stories and say, by the way, what's your DID? And they're like, you know, he's a big storyteller, really outgoing, one of those kind of guys that never met a stranger. So, you know, I was thinking about the matter of trust. Yes?
I think I missed something. Where does DID stand for?
Oh, directing we're dialing.
Yeah, so it says something about the B number, and I think this is about a number, isn't it?
Yes, so far.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So, whether we trust in the old way or the new way, or the mix of the old with the new, or whether our users do, our potential users, because what helps us grow here is that more users use what we develop, and that more companies hire us to integrate their service. And so to develop the trust of users, I think that, first of all, they have to have access to the knowledge and a simplified way of getting the knowledge. Then maybe they're going to trust. But I see every day where I try to go to some website with Google and I get a message like this, or bad, another one I saw the other day, bad request at the top left corner. What's bad request? Anybody know what that means? If you know, raise your hand. What is it?
It's a main form, it's a package, I would say, or embedded user part in the request header.
Okay. Thank you. All right. This is a guy that we all respect. I know I do. He's one of the first guys I met online in 1995, and I love this quote. You know, in the past, if you wanted to start a new phone company, you had to have the infrastructure and equipment. But now voice has truly become an application that can run on anything instead of needing an entire infrastructure behind it. And it's weird how that people want to hang on to something they can see, whereas what's really empowering us all is what we can't see and what he's talking about. And every once in a while, my company, DIDX, and they're not actually my company. I was one of the owners until 2011, but I still work with them in the marketing and events. But we make things like this, just different mentors. I gotta get one for Bob soon. You know, y'all let me know something really wise that he said that we can put on here. So, but basically, Got1G, you can Got1G, you can start your own whatever kind of company you want to call it. And the reason I put it blank there is I've been interviewing a few people who are here at this conference, and one was Saul, and the other one was Dave Kazem from Telnix. And I asked them both, what do you call our industry subject? Do you call it VoIP? Do you call it real-time communications? Unify? Can I just call it communications? No, can't do that. You know. But when I use the big long stuff, it takes too long, and really everyday people that really are the ones that are spending the money in the long run, they need to know what we're doing. So for now, I'm just saying communications. I guess I could say talk, but then that doesn't include video, right? So anyway, so I was going to switch over here to scams, how that people use DIDs to scam, use VoIP to scam. You all know about them, but a couple might be new to you that I'm going to share with you in a minute. But this is from an Astricon, okay? Does anybody know who the guy is in the back with his back to his IT phone home? I could not remember who it was. But I'm a people person, as you can see, so that's why I keep asking about people. So, so let me mention a couple of these scams. One is, and this shocked me, I was asking some of the people in this audience, and that's where I got this information about 2 weeks ago. A new scam fakes a bad phone connection, and they say, "Can you hear me now?" as the line starts to clear up. And then the call is recorded when you say yes. The audio is used to authorize a commercial transaction. So, wow. So I looked this up online, and it appears to be true on Snopes, as well as a spokesman from Better Business Bureau. He said, they're going to take that recorded yes, play around with that audio, and make it seem like it's you or representative of a business that you have paid for some advertising or cruise or a big ticket item, and then they're going to send you the bill. So do we really want that? I know people make a lot of money that way. They're paying bills to take care of their family, but still, do we really want that? I don't know. The second one really made me feel sad. April of 2016, the BBC highlighted the diplomatic row between China and Taiwan. Thousands of scammers reportedly cost mainland Chinese victims billions actually. The caller pretends to be a public security official, telling the victim he or she is suspected of money laundering. The victim, guilty or not, to avoid embarrassment among peers, will pay the fee no matter what to avoid a full investigation. And if they can't pay it, they commit suicide. So this is how serious it is. It may seem like I'm talking about something silly and dumb, but I think it's important, you know, this idea of trust and how we can take part in trying to improve the situation. So why are these scams possible? People still have full trust in their phone system. So like my friend, if she sees, she doesn't call it a DID, but if she sees 1-850-432-7411, she thinks that's a real person with good intentions that's calling her, that is local to her. Today we go to a website for an online service. They use our phone number or email address, our personal key ID to confirm our identity, to confirm the commercial charges that we're about to spend. So convenient, right? It really is convenient. Time is the final currency. You remember David Crosby's song? Even e-commerce sees the DID as a point of trust verification. Now, I'm talking about all this because it's my observation, not because I know so much about the subject, just my observation, and by talking to some of you over chat and email, getting some information to add to my presentation. I think our SIP more, wait more, whatever you want to call it, I changed it from SIP more because, you know, everybody's telling me it's not about SIP, it's SIP and a lot of other things, so I said wait more and did more. There's some remarkable opportunities for outsourcing and wealth sharing amongst groups of individuals and companies. Anywhere, in fact, that's why I'm here, that's why you're here. If it wasn't for everything you guys have ever done, then we wouldn't be having these opportunities to be able to be the reason that other people have the opportunities. So serious long-term implications for our business. What if our industry becomes subject to the protection systems that emails are? I will admit that there are times when customers, wholesale customers that use DIDX, we've found out through government entities that they're using the service fraudulently, illegally, and so on. So something can be shut down there just because of one person. That's pretty serious, and I think a lot of people in here know what I'm talking about, that that kind of thing has happened to them. You have to have a backup plan, and we do. So, what if calls originating from VoIP service providers are going to DID service providers not owned by recognized safe companies are blocked by the local CLEC or incumbent? Or a warning message plays to the other party before connection, you know, warning, this may not be secure, this may not be safe. And we really, who do we want to take care of that? There was a guy earlier today that was giving the presentation on fraud detection. You know, do we want one company to do it? Do we want one aggregator? Do we want the government to do it? Or do we all want to put something into place now, the people who have the knowledge of how to do it in a way that is not is least a detriment, you know, to people and businesses, organizations in general. Google and IBM, I found this. Google and IBM do speech to text as an API service fast enough that you can use the results in an IVR. It isn't hard to imagine tying that to like a Bayesian database of keywords as well as a list of known safe DID blocks sold by reputable vendors. But who judges reputable, like I just said? Would it be Google, IBM, Microsoft, the local CLEC, your national government, and how far does the Better Business Bureau reach? Let's go to another picture. This is my sister trying to get people to join DIDX. she wanted people to start phone companies, she said, and so I appreciated her for doing that. I put a little chart together. I don't know if it really makes sense, but to me it did. I was thinking about the VoIP-less, DID-less world versus VoIP-born, DID-born. And you could kind of mix those two together also, but I was thinking, you know, one was very expensive, whereas the other is very inexpensive and sometimes free. Of course, somebody's paying for something along the way. Opportunity, there were very few opportunities back in my day, you might say. You had to be a big corporation, have a lot of money to spend right up front, and so that left out the potential of startups, you know, taking advantage of the same thing, whereas what we do now, look at all the startups that have started up, and every second, like people, when I tell them we have 35,000 members that buy phone numbers on DIDX, there can't be that many VoIP companies in the world. There's a lot more than that. There are people who just serve their family, people who just serve their company, people who just serve a niche, like a gaming group, or expats, or whatever may be the case. So what we have now enables so much more. Opportunity is here. It just matters if people have the knowledge and the access, right? And trust, to come back to it, because back then we felt we could trust everything because we could see it. Now, can we trust? I don't know, maybe. Should we? Do we deserve it? These are questions I'm asking. I don't have the answers. Let's see what we got here. Okay, and I had to come back to this. My last comment here is today we ride the coattails of an implicitly trustworthy industry environment. And I was thinking about how however I can, and you, however you can, from your point of view, can take full share of responsibility to earn that trust and to keep bad things from happening, you know? So here, if you look on YouTube, and you look up that right there, Bob did, oh, I spelled his name wrong, didn't I? It's an I. All right, OpenSIPS founder, Jim's DIDX sign up and interrupt. It's very no nonsense. It's very quick. It's very easy to understand. He did way better than I've done many times when I tried to make one. And you see where it says Intertop? Well, I know that's misspelled because when you go to the video, there's a misspelling. I'm trying to get somebody to fix it. So DIDX has been around since 1999. DIDs of 90 to 130 countries. When I say 90 to 130 nations, there are 90 areas available on the DID list. The other 40 are available. You just have to message us and we'll allocate it immediately. Somebody was asking me today, can you get Cote d'Ivoire and Congo? Yes. So, my last thing is I agree with David Duffett that I see more collaboration amongst the 4 major platforms and all the other ones besides. I see people becoming more open and tolerant, such as Kathleen and them at FreeSwitch, putting on a little ClueCon talk with mostly ladies involved. I was telling her she should do one for senior citizens involved in VoIP and so forth, you know, but anyway. Conclusion, trust or lack of it is an important aspect in what we do. And this picture I took at an Astrocon, as you can see, in 2008. And I don't know how happy the 2 of them are to be hugging right there, but you know, I know now they're good friends because I guess time heals all wounds. I don't know how you look at it, but I'm really happy to be here. And of course, some of the things I've said are the truth as I see it, and I don't know any better. As people say, I know just enough to look kind of dumb in front of you guys, but too much, so much so that amongst my friends, they don't even want to talk to me half the time, you know, because it's like they're not interested. So I appreciate.
Welcome to our boat. You want to row? Everyone in this room can definitely appreciate what you just said.
Thank you. Well, if you don't take away anything else, please take that away because I've been through my own kind of thing this way, and that would be another whole story in this industry. But I feel today very accepted, even though my background is way different from most of y'all. We all bring something to the table that is so crucial and so important, and when we talk more, we're going to make really big, good things happen. That's my opinion, and I think a lot of you share the same. So thank you. And my company, Suzai, we make leather vests, and is Dave Cousin here still?
He's downstairs.
He won a vest. He looks so hot in it, let me tell you. And Randy Resnick, he bought the Supernatural Dean Winchester one. Man, you got to watch him on Fridays on VUC.me, VoIP Users Conference. Again, he's another guy that's looking really good in one of my jackets. And there was a third one, I can't remember who it was. But today, one of you is going to win this. And then DIDX supplied a TicWatch 2 with the quick start, but I know that none of y'all will need that quick start. But the TicWatch 2 is a really cool electronic digital watch that was created by some people who used to work with Google. Okay? So thank you. Do you have any questions? If I don't know the answer, somebody in the audience will have the answer, okay?
Thank you, Suzanne. Hey, who's got questions for Suzanne other than Norman? You've used all your question tickets.
It's more of a comment than a question about trust. As I said, it's more of a comment than a question about trust, and you gave a great presentation. Experience that I had actually during the conference. I'm sitting here, you know, listening to presentations, and my phone went off. And the calling address was Tombstone, Arizona. Now, obviously not, you know, those of you that aren't American probably don't know Tombstone, Arizona is a very famous Old West town with a checkered history. But it's not a very large town. There's probably, I don't know, maybe 100 people that live there. So why am I getting a phone call from Tombstone, Arizona?
You don't know anybody there.
You know, obviously, I didn't even pick up the phone. But the other side of the twist, the second trust sort of comment that I had to make, and where we are today, and where we're moving, kind of is the same sort of thing. Is if I get a phone call and I look at my phone and I see a person's name, I'm going to immediately say, hey, they're in my address book. Their name popped up. Their DID didn't. Their phone number did not pop up. So now I'm looking at you, Suzanne, instead of a telephone number. So guess what? I immediately trust that. Now, that's maybe, you know, a little naive because we all know that the phone numbers can be spoofed. But those are just two different trust comments that I'd like to make based on your great presentation.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Mira?
Yep.
I just met her recently.
It's not so much as a question. I'm only going to take 20 seconds, I promise. I just want to give a big shout out that you're the only lady presenting today. So thank you for that. Thank you for representing the women here. As Suzanne mentioned, we had a little Women in VoIP talk on weekly, and Celeste participated, Suzanne I participated, Alison participated, and Kathleen participated, and Jana from GT participated, and Sharon. So I would just like to ask for a big applause for the women representing.
I'm sorry to tell you that your initial statement was inaccurate. She's not the only woman presenter. Razvan presented today too. Anybody else have any questions?
When you rise.
Okay, let's get another round of applause for Suzanne. Thank you so much.
We would like you to, okay, and this is for, okay, all right.
Okay, so now the most important part of the event, prizes.
Yeah. Does the room suddenly just fill up again?
Hey, message them out there, tell them to come in.
Yeah, so do we set a rule like who's not in the room will not get prizes?
Lock the doors.
Yeah. So, okay, so let's start with the prizes for the attendees. I mean, it's attendees plus speakers. We will start, we have the 3 OpenSIPS signed books.
Wow!
Let's see the first one.
What does it say in here? All the best, Fred? Bogdan.
Who wrote this one that you're giving away?
I did. Under my pseudonyms, Flavio and Bogdan.
I see, there we go. You will not believe who I picked. You.
Wow! Go with your first book.
You pay for it. You can make a new friend with that. Okay, let's see.
Okay, let's see the next one.
Nuno Ferreira.
I already see a pattern. I don't know why. This front page, there's something wrong.
One more.
Okay, all right.
So the last book now.
She's looking at her. She doesn't want that table to get anymore.
I'm really trying. Okay. Oh, I'm not supposed to win. No. It had my name on it. That really
Give
sounds...
her a round of applause for her charity. Someone else can get
That was really weird. All right. I pride myself in pronouncing people's names correctly, and I'm going to try.
No, we have to skip. Leave you. I think he knows more than the book. So,
I'm going to do it again.
yeah, I mean, he's an open
Apparently, Karma doesn't want anybody to have it.
Yeah. There's somebody in here.
Strong copy of you. I'll just. Anybody want to try? Wait, can I? Let's do it. Let's do how they do it at weddings.
About like David Duffett throwing chocolates out to his audience when giving a presentation. Yeah. Speaking of that, there is something weird going on here. David Duffett.
David Duffett.
Okay, so moving on. Next, we have 2 Raspberry Pis with a cap agent installed and an OpenSIPS. Okay.
That's it. Throw out the racks. Just put this at home.
From
Run a
QXIPs.
Okay.
So
whoever really wants it, think really, try to telepath or whatever.
Well, I mean, we knew David was going to get that one. Did he give us like 30 bucks or something?
Okay, let's see who this is. Jöran Knife.
Where is it?
Might be mispronouncing it. Jeroen.
Oh, I think you're wrong.
Really?
Next.
Who the hell
vetted this list?
You have to be here. You have to be here, that's right.
Well, we want to give a chance to everybody. So.
We already put everybody in.
Yeah? Even the people like from the hotel?
Yeah, reception, cleaning, everything cooks.
Y'all, I know you're going to think that I picked all these on purpose or something. Ali Mohammed, he actually works with me. So you gotta go back and once you play with this, give a workshop on it, okay? That's the whole idea.
So tomorrow we count on you for a demo, right?
Yeah.
So basically now, everybody that Suzanne knows has a prize, so what do you guys
It's so weird, I don't get it. Paul Slater.
Paul Slater! Enjoy it.
So next we have what we have. We have the MikroTik router from Clusters.io.
Wow. Wow.
That's really a micro. And if you open it, you see that it's customized.
Nice.
So let's see who's the lucky
I
person.
just pulled it out.
Okay.
Nick Altman.
Oh!
Front row is cleaning up.
There is something in here.
He looks like a nice guy. I asked him for help a while ago because he does.
Next, the TicWatch from
IDX.
Is it like this together?
Yeah, the quick start is in your right hand. If you want to watch a demo of this, I actually found the most redneck guy in Pensacola, Florida, who speaks even more Southern than I do, to collaborate with a guy from Karachi to give a demo of how it works. And it's on, is it on the DIDX Facebook page or Pakistan?
It's on YouTube, right?
I don't know, but all I can say is it's really funny to watch these two guys who are totally different show how that watch works. And they show you a lot of cool things, how you swipe and circle and do all kinds of stuff. But the name I just pulled is one lucky guy, Joel Gratt.
Joe, where are you? Hey, it's your birthday! Bring up the cake!
And you know, I was just looking at you thinking something. I don't know what it was. And then you won. No. Maybe I should help y'all go for the lottery, you know? I don't know.
And the last prize is the drone, thanks to Telnix. Ooh.
Wow!
Oh, wow, that's really nice.
Does it has any kind of a tracking capabilities, this drone? Or?
And who was it that said you put a drone in a room like yours is like a puppy in a girl's party? Somebody said that today, didn't they? I don't remember who.
They were right, just so you know.
It's true. Okay, y'all, who won?
Who was the lucky one?
Cosmin Nister.
Pay the taxes on this thing at the airport, so. Okay. Congratulations.
Okay.
So what, this is only for speakers?
Yeah, that's only for the speakers.
Well, thank you.
So,
okay, speakers.
That's also from the IDX, so Susan?
It's from Suzanne, so.
No, that's from
Yeah, I'm an ex-owner of DIDX. I still believe in the value that it provides. That's why I'm still working with them. And now I own Suzati, a leather jacket fashion brand, and we specialize in cosplay, majorly, and a little bit classic. We do the Joker jacket from Suicide Squad. We do all kinds of stuff. This is from Jurassic World. It's the look that Chris Pratt wears in that. And you know, Chris Pratt is like a favorite sci-fi guy. You know, he does the Guardian of the Galaxy and all that. So, whoever, I just asked this, whoever wins it, would you let anybody try it on that wants to? And let me take a picture of you in it and them in it, you know. Okay? You're like, no way. Okay, let's see. See, the pool is smaller. And it's only people who presented and spoke. And all of y'all were so interesting. I took notes, old school, you know, look at my age. Pen and paper, and when I go home, I'm going to write some articles for TMCnet, monetizing IP communications blog. Who won the jacket? Who's going to look so hot in this jacket, right? Am I pronouncing it right? Jöran Vinzens.
Get undressed first.
Looking fabulous.
Is it fit good? Yeah. Now all you need is those swaggering pants that he wears. You know, you have to just go watch this show.
Who wants to wear this guy's jacket? Hold on. The hanger comes with it too.
Yes.
Please be careful and take care of it. Okay.
And I have a carrier out there. Easy and important. All right.
Thanks a lot. Get us a dinosaur.
That's right.
Always open for switch. Change?
Okay, so we now we're gonna have in like 10 minutes. We're gonna start the last round of round tables. Again, same place like yesterday. The three topics are first SIP capturing and Homer. Second one is about SIP-I, and the third one is CDRs and billing. Okay? So 10 minutes downstairs. We have the tables as yesterday with the levels, so you need to find them.
Okay, so the room will stay open if you want to leave your stuff in here, but I mean, you're going to have to come back up and get it, so you probably should grab it. Hold on one second. We have So, how many people are going to be here tomorrow? Can I see a raise of hands real quick? Wow. So I don't have to say goodbye to any of you. How about the people that are not going to be here tomorrow? Okay. So this goes out to you. Thank you so much for attending. You all made this summit a spectacular experience for all of us. Have safe trips back, and we'll see you next year. Give them a round of applause for leaving today. Weekends. Sorry.
Grazie.
please put your stuff down, come to the front of the room. We'd want to get like one big group picture if that's possible. Don't run away. There'll be some tickling, light petting. Come on. I know you're looking at that. Tall people in the back. Come on. There we go. That means you, Peter. In the back. All the tall ones. All the tall ones in the back. I see people leaving. What's happening? Come back here. Come on, be a part of history. Come on. Come on up here. Okay, we might need like the front row to get on their knees, but I promise you don't have to turn around. All right, come on, push down. There's room for everybody. Push down. I'm positive. Let's go. Come on. Here we go. Let's see. How are we doing here? How are we doing here? Let's get a few more people to shift this way. There's too many on this side. What are you doing in front, tall man?
Where's Bogdan in picture?
I'm over here.
You're too sexy.
Hey, you got me too?
Please get him out.
Someone that shot with me?
Come on. I'll take it. Oh, he's got it. Okay. Lie down. You know what? Come here, lie down with this one.
Doesn't touch anything because it's quite
Also,
He wants you to lie
come here, lie down.
No.
It's too much. The university is going to be proud of you.
Don't touch him, Alex. I know you want. Don't touch.
I have two hands, you can only see one of them.
Get your hands out of there.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I'd send you.
That's awesome. Thank you again, everyone. Lorenzo, did we forget anything else before they leave? Did you check them all for worms?
Yeah, they're good.
Full body cat.
I did.
You did it.
Oh,